Oh ho! Wow.
Hey, my name's Toby. I'd like to tell you a little bit about who I am, since you all care so.
What is this? Do I care about this? I don't care about this. What, people are voting on a house or something? What does that even mean? Speaker? What, are you not allowed to speak if they don't vote for you?
Graves. Johnson.
New Congress. What do they do with the old one?
Jeffries. Green of Tennessee.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Green of Texas.
Hold on. Was this the normal attire before? Like the navy blue suits with the red ties? Or are these like Trump simps? Is that normal? That's normal?
The gentleman may respond by survey.
Damn, this guy's got a pimp cane and everything. Look at that. Chad is gaslighting you. It's not normal. I thought that like bright red ties, I thought those were considered like gaudy. Like you would never wear like a bright red solid tie like that with a suit, with a navy blue suit. But I could be wrong. Like I said, I'm just barely dabbing into formal wear.
Johnson. Grijalba. Jeffries. Grothman. Johnson. Guest.
Johnson.
Johnson. Guthrie.
Johnson.
Johnson. Hageman. Mike Johnson. Johnson. Hamaday of Arizona. Johnson. Johnson. Carter of California. Jeffries. Herodopoulos.
Johnson.
Johnson. Harrigan.
Johnson.
Johnson. Harris of Maryland. Harris of Maryland. Harris of North Carolina. Johnson. Harshbarger. Johnson.
Is it expected who's going to win? Is there like any like doubt right now or?
Jeffries. Hearn of Oklahoma.
Johnson.
Johnson. Higgins of Louisiana. Johnson. Hill of Arkansas.
Johnson.
Johnson. Himes. Jeffries. Henson.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Horsford. Jeffries. Houchin. Johnson.
Why do you end sentences with or?
Houlihan.
Just to trigger you.
Jeffries.
It's actually a bad habit though.
Poyer.
Or.
Jeffries. Hoyle of Oregon. Jeffries. Hudson.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Huffman. Jeffries. Huizinga.
Johnson.
Johnson. Hunt. Johnson. Hurd of Colorado.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Isa.
Speaker of the House. Speaker of Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Ivy. Jeffries. Jack.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Jackson of Illinois.
The Honorable Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Jackson of Texas. Johnson. Jacobs. Jeffries. James.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Jayapal. Jeffries. Jeffries. Jeffries.
Clappers. I don't know why we're clapping, but
Johnson of Georgia.
I guess that guy, we didn't know he was going to vote for Jeffries, but he did vote for Jeffries.
Johnson of Louisiana.
Is it bad if Johnson wins?
Johnson.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not even like half. I'm sorry. Jeffries is never winning this. Sorry. He voted for himself. Oh yeah. This is because it's a Republican House, right? So I guess they're gonna revote if they have to until they get Johnson elected. But there's no shot that a Democrat ever wins, right? Unless something
Jeffries.
catastrophic happens,
Jordan.
which would never happen or shouldn't happen.
Johnson. Joyce of Ohio.
Johnson.
Johnson. Joyce of Pennsylvania.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Kim Lagerdove. Jeffries. Captor. Jeffries. Kane. Johnson.
Okay, I don't need to watch this all day because the outcome is. I think Brian Tyler Cohen and I think David Pakman are covering this, though. If you want, either of these two guys will be going over it. Wait, is Pakman not watching this?
Watch this guy, Pac-Man. He's good. Pac-Man.
Pac-Man. Oh, IRI is watching it too.
20.
Wait. No, you lied. He's not streaming it either. Fuck you. Oh, on Twitch. We don't talk about that website. Why doesn't he dual stream to YouTube? Okay, we got to run through some stuff today. Do any of you guys ever go back in the stream and start it from the beginning to see what you missed? Sometimes I have like articles that I pull up the day before that I want to read, but I don't always, but I don't want to start the stream with them because I don't know if people will miss it. But then I also don't, yeah? Oh, okay, fuck it then. All right, I don't know. Okay, fuck it. I just want to, somebody link me or email me these two things. I just want to read these. They're short. Border Patrol, 70% drop in successful evasions since Title 42 ended. Title 42 was the thing that allowed, I think, Trump to shut down the border pretty aggressively because it allowed you to control immigration due to a public health crisis. So Title 42, big meme, big deal, helped a lot. Border Patrol Chief Jason Owens confirmed last week that the number of known successful evasions of Border Patrol gotaways have fallen to just 800 per day in fiscal year 2024, down 70% from 2,671 the week before. The Title 42 expulsion authority ended on May 11th. A decline in gotaways this large and fast is unprecedented in Border Patrol's history, and even as the administration faces unrelenting criticism, this stands as a major immigration win. What? This March 4th, 2024 date is when it was updated, right? Do I not know when this was originally posted, or that's kind of fucking annoying if that's the case. If that's the case, but I can't tell. Destiny, according to BTC, I hate that Brian's name abbreviates to Bitcoin, but the House is tight to the point that Johnson can only afford one holdout no vote and one congressperson is that one holdout, so Johnson has to have every Republican on his side. Yeah, but I don't think a Democrat ever wins it, and it'll just be drama. And Republicans don't even care if they can't get their House elected anyway. Why does Destiny pronounce 40 like the penguin? I don't pronounce 40 weird. I don't pronounce boss weird. You guys are weird. I have a neutral accent. I'm from the Midwest, okay? Fuck you. You're wrong. Say roof? Roof. Like what I did to your mom last night. Roofie. Casual. I'm just kidding. Okay. I had previously written about this phenomenon using numbers leaked by Border Patrol to friendly journalists who report them without the context of the broader trend. But this update confirms that the low numbers continued into January and February. Why does February have an R here? Do you know how hard it was to remember this? It took me like 25 years to learn how to write this correctly. Figure 1 shows the monthly data using the Chiefs update and media reporting for more recent numbers, and a Freedom of Information Act for the older numbers. Gotaways fell from a high of 73,463 in April of 2023, just before Title 42 ended, to about 21,758 in February of 2024. Ending Title 42 appears to have seen the biggest single benefit to border security in its history. I wonder if, like, getaways are just going down because people can claim asylum, though. No? I'm curious how this works. There's so many different numbers for border stuff and immigration, but interestingly, the decline in gotaways has persisted even when the number of arrests has increased. Getting rid of Title 42 without letting people come legally was never going to change every aspect of the situation, but it has not made the situation worse. From the standpoint of border security, the situation has improved dramatically because fewer people are escaping screening by the Border Patrol. This means Border Patrol can more effectively screen out criminals. Moreover, contrary to the apocalyptic claims about ending Title 42, the average number of Border Patrol arrests has not increased. Gotaways fell after Title 42 ended, despite migration remaining high. Figure 3 shows the gotaway rate, that is, the share of gotaways out of all arrests and gotaways. How do they even know who gets away? How do you know who you don't know? How do you know who you can't catch? Isn't that kind of weird? I'm curious what... This is a rough approximation of Border Patrol effectiveness controlling for the total inflow. As it shows, since Title 42 ended, the gotaway rate has fallen dramatically to below 14%, the lowest level outside of a couple months in 2019. This is a return to the trend under the Obama administration in reducing the rate of successful crossings. Every month since August of 2023 has been below 15%, the longest such period on record. According to the Rio Grande Valley sector chief, this trend of low gotaway rates continued in that sector into March, and Fox News is reporting a low rate nationwide in March as well. Jeez. If they manage to avoid the border police for 1 hour, they get free citizenship. What is it? They used to do that with Cubans, right? Was it called wet foot, dry foot? Am I making this up? Where, like, if you could outswim the Coast Guard and get to the shore, you'd be guaranteed, like, asylum or something. But if they caught you in the water, they'd throw you back. I feel like I remember watching some Cuban dude swimming back and forth trying to evade the Coast Guard. My mom, I feel like I watched this with my mom, and she was like, those evil people trying to send poor Cubans back to Cuba.
The U.S. Coast Guard repatriated 49 Cubans today. By the end of 2021, the Coast Guard incident, they say no one on board was wearing a life jacket. Since October of 2021, the Coast Guard has stopped nearly 1,600 Cubans at sea.
Damn.
CBS 4's Ted...
That's because they were like, if we don't make it, I just want to die. They can send asylum seekers back like that. You have to be on U.S. soil, I believe, to seek asylum. I think that's what we learned. That's why the illegal immigration thing is such a meme, is because the illegal immigrants just have to make it to a port of entry and that they can claim asylum. They don't have to actually, like... It's that easy. It's pretty dumb. Which is why the border wall or whatever isn't going to help. It has to be like a... we have to redo our asylum shit. It's fucked. None of this should be a surprise. In our amicus brief outlining reasons to be skeptical of claims that Title 42 would cause a surge in illegal crossings, we explained that Border Patrol's practice of placing people back on the other side of the border incentivized illegal crossings by giving individuals repeated chances to enter illegally. It also motivated people who would otherwise turn themselves in for asylum to slip in covertly. Oh, okay, so these people are probably just turning themselves in for asylum now. Gotaway data have become more reliable over the past decade because border surveillance has increased dramatically from 2005 to 2023. Now, nearly the entire border has some form of electronic surveillance at all times. Moreover, the Obama administration made efforts to systematize the criteria for recording a gotaway to make the measure more consistent and reliable in 2014. Additionally, communication between stations was improved to remove double counting. CBP, something Border Patrol. Country Border Patrol? CBP. No, it's something Border Patrol. Border Patrol. Fuck. CBP. What does that stand for? Oh, Customs and Border Protection. Just kidding. Fuck me. Also estimates a successful crossing rate using surveys of deportees. Imagine you're getting deported and some dude is like, would you like to take a survey? It first estimates the total flow of deportees returning to the U.S. border based on surveys conducted by Colegio de la Frontera Norte International Border Survey. It then subtracts the number of deportees that it arrested and assumes the remainder escaped detention. Of course, some do attempt to re-enter when they initially indicated no intention to do so, and some do not attempt to re-enter when they said they did. CBP has made additional efforts to account for individual characteristics of crossers to resolve some of this problem. Whilst the model-based estimates are certainly not perfect, these data show that CBP's observational data gotaways are improving compared to the models. Figure 4 compares the observational apprehension rates to the model-based rates. Okay. The United States has a legitimate interest in regulating the entry of serious criminals and other threats to Americans, and border security is a significant component of that effort. Ending Title 42 improved border security and reduced successful illegal entries. This should force the many members of Congress and the administration who opposed ending Title 42 to rethink their position. Cute. Damn, our deporter-in-chief right here, boys. If Trump manages to limit asylum acceptance, probably against international law, that the illegal crossings will rise again. Maybe. I don't know. Depends on how border security works. I imagine it's probably impossible to keep out everybody illegally. It's a big border. There's a lot of ways to get into this country. This is another Title 42 postmortem. Title 42 postmortem. U.S. pandemic-era expulsions policy did not shut down the border. Asylum seekers and other migrants arriving at U.S. borders without prior authorization to enter were expelled nearly 3 million times during the life of the Title 42 pandemic-era order, which was in effect from March 2020 until May 2023. The Trump administration's activation, the once obscure and rarely used health policy or health authority, which dates to 1944, marked an epochal period in U.S. immigration history.
Epical.
1 year after the use of Title 42 was ended and amid ongoing record encounters at the U.S.-Mexico border, some politicians are expressing nostalgia for the Public Health Authority. Former President Donald Trump, now the presumptive Republican presidential nominee, and his allies are arguing for the return of the policy, practically describing it as a magic wand that will restore order to the border. Even some congressional Democrats have pointed to the discontinuation of Title 42 as one reason for the current border morass. Morass? Damn.
Morass.
Though COVID-19 is no longer a public health emergency, indications from the Trump camp suggest that a second administration would re-invoke Title 42. Stephen Miller, a Trump senior advisor, told the New York Times a new order could be based on severe strains of the flu, tuberculosis, scabies, other respiratory illnesses like RSV and so on, or just a general issue of mass migration being a public health threat and conveying a variety of communicable diseases. Okay, gotcha. So I'm guessing this is going to retread over the same data that the other article did for the gotaways and everything. Gotcha. Okay, cute. This guy goes over the Argentinian president to see if he's actually gotten anything done. Asmongold thing, 6 days ago. Did we watch this already? Defense of Elon Musk tanking the bill. 6.5 minutes, or 7 minutes almost.
He told Republicans that if they voted for this proposal, which they had already agreed to do, he would take out his wallet and spend as much money as it took to defeat them in primaries and drive them out of office. You got that?
That's been going on forever, and that happened to Bernie Sanders. The thing is that, like, he's right, and like, I don't think that it's a good thing that people like Elon Musk have as much political power as they do. I think it's very bad.
Just as a quick thing, the Bernie Sanders talking point is threefold. One legitimate claim, two bullshit claims. One legitimate claim that was bad was Donna Brazil. Before one of the debates, I think she was an employee. Was she an employee for CNN? Or did she just have these questions? Or no, it wasn't a debate. It might have been a town hall. She leaked questions in advance to Hillary Clinton's campaign. This was bad. Shouldn't have done it. Okay, she was a contributor to CNN. That might have been how she got the questions then. She says here, my job was to make all our Democratic candidates look good, and I worked closely with both campaigns to make that happen. I don't believe she passed any questions off to Bernie's campaign, though. But she passed questions, at least one off. Was it about the death penalty? To at least one off to the Hillary Clinton camp for town hall. Not good. Not good. Not good. Shouldn't have done this. Was really bad. Favored one side. Legitimately not a good thing. This is one thing. Anybody asking about Vim getting unbanned is also getting a 1 month ban. No, that's not happening. I don't even know why you would ask. Having somebody who lives in a country and saying that they should get raped by an incoming invading army is probably a one-way ticket to getting a huge ban. I don't know why you would even ask for. I don't know why you would even ask that. He was already unbanned? By who? Okay, that's fucking retarded. All right. So this is the one prong. Second prong is that super delegates stole the election from Bernie. That's not true. The way that superdelegates work, people can argue whether they like them or not, but the superdelegates didn't make a difference in terms of the outcome of that primary, and it wasn't really relevant anyway. And then the third way is the media coverage of Bernie. People always complain about media coverage when they're unhappy, so that's a bullshit claim as well. Ultimately, this Donna thing was not the make or break for Bernie's campaign. Bernie was just never winning that primary. He just doesn't have the popularity with black voters, which is really important with a Democratic primary. Same thing with the second one he ran it. Like, it's just, yeah, he was never winning anyway. But anyway, people will bring up this, like, it was stolen from Bernie. That's just not true. Progressives like to spread that myth because progressives like their candidate. And then conservatives like to spread that myth to undermine the Democratic Party. Asmongold's online coverage and messaging has been like a full court, like Trump propaganda press. So Asmon will always repeat the conservative propaganda line. So that's what he's doing here when he's repeating the lie about having the election stolen from Bernie Sanders here.
Like Elon Musk have as much political power as they do. I think it's very bad. But the reason why I think that a lot of people aren't going to be as sympathetic is because there have always been people like that, like Bill Gates, or you could look at like George Soros or something like that. I think George Soros is a bit overblown. But, you know, as another example, you have Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, like all of these people have been doing this for years, right? It's not okay. It isn't. But
remember, never, ever, ever any specific examples on anything ever. It's always important because you're creating the environment to give people a way to feel about a thing, but it doesn't really matter what the facts are, which is why we'll never give an example of anything these people have done that we think is objectionable or questionable.
Well, the problem is that when you create a game and then somebody beats you at your own game, you can't say that the game is rigged. You see what I'm saying?
Had put out a tweet, and the Swifties had melted the Capitol switchboard, which they crashed Ticketmaster. I have no doubt that the Swifties could crash the Capitol switchboard.
Yeah.
We probably wouldn't be having the same kind of conversation.
When you ask what game is he talking about, remember the conservative strategy is to always convince you that the Democrats have always been doing this, and now we're just doing what the Democrats have done. That's always the game plan, right?
We'd be like, look at democracy in action. Look, people are motivated. This is exciting. So I would say it's not Elon.
Don't you think that Asmund is just talking out of his ass like your typical uncle? He seems like he just goes off of vibes and is just a useful idiot that is getting mind-fucked by Nazis. Yeah, a little bit, but like I'm just saying what he's doing, right? Do I think that he's like legitimately a super conservative and that's like ideological where he's coming from? No, but he's either been so audience captured or so information captured that he just basically becomes indistinguishable from any like far-right MAGA conservative. He'll repeat every single MAGA conservative talking point without questioning them. He has very little, if any, skepticism for the MAGA side. So he'll just repeat all the talking points uncritically to his audience.
So I would say it's not Elon Musk, and it's not even what he's doing. It's the results people don't like. They didn't like that a, quote, bipartisan bill that was...
they don't like that they won, that it worked. That's the problem, is that they did it and it worked. That's why they're mad.
Really just a giveaway. With Santa Claus had come to Washington and everybody was getting what they wanted. That got tanked, and that's what people are upset about.
Yep.
It is interesting, though.
Would you let me know when Taylor Swift does that, Katie? You let me know when Taylor Swift decides a call to action about specific legislation that we could have that conversation.
She did. She did with the reproductive rights and with Roe versus Wade.
Reproductive rights is not really federal legislation at all. Roe v. Wade has nothing to do with federal legislation. Broadly championing a policy is a lot different than telling congressmen to pull the plug on a particular bill when you are politically influential due to your financial proximity to the president-elect. It's not even remotely the same thing, but I don't know if Asmund even knows the difference between a bill from Congress or the Constitution or the difference between the Supreme Court and a congressman. But again, these are all just like the conservative talking points. It's always all the same, or the Democrats have always done it first.
She literally did. It's the same thing.
But he always seemed to have a double standard, right? Even when you debated him back when Hillary was running against him, he has a double standard for Trump lying for CNN. Maybe, but like I think like a year or more ago, I gave Asmund more credit because I don't think he covered, like I've said this before, he wasn't like a full-time political coverage guy. It was just kind of like vibes based on like gaming, like Gamergate shit, and then he like played games and stuff. But as he's been like ramping up, I would say over the past year, Asmund Gold's political coverage has become a significantly larger part of his content. So now I'm going to be more harshly critical of the way that he covers things. Like 5 years ago, he's just like a gaming streamer that like dips into politics and I think gave some bad takes, but I'm not going to like be super harsh on that. But I would say like over the last year, I think that he's been way more politically active. So now I have, it all started with the Johnny Depp trial. Maybe, yeah. You seem to be speaking more harshly on Asmund's takes recently. Does something change? He's more aggressive rhetoric against things. Yeah, just what I said. He's been ramping up his political coverage and now he's like, it's just like he's just a Republican mouthpiece, basically. Yeah. In one way, it's funny because, yeah, now Hassan is the second biggest political streamer on Twitch. And another way, it's kind of sad because I think Asmund Gold actually has a much larger chance of getting permabanned than Hassan does, just because Asmund Gold is on the wrong political side for Twitch. But didn't Asmund Gold come across super intelligent, at least in his approach, when he moderated the Fuentes debate? Yeah, so something that I think is frustrating is that I don't think that IQ or intelligence horsepower is enough to save you from bad political opinions. I think you need to have external like processes to check yourself from falling into bad information environments. Same thing with this guy. Like this guy is legitimately, I've spoken with him a lot off camera as well. This guy is very smart and he has good thought processes. But my God, he has every fucked political opinion. But the issue is that when you start to fall into these when you fall into these information environments, it is so hard to break out. It is so hard to break out. And you have to have an ungodly amount. You have to think that the streaming world is selecting for one thing and it's demanding you, if you want to be good politically, well, good in the way that I'm saying is good, to be the total opposite, right? You have to have a lot of epistemic humility when you're entering political environments to think that, like, I could be totally wrong on something. And the environments for influencers is selecting for people that probably have less humility and are a bit more aggressive, are a little bit more disagreeable. Yeah, so it's a tall order, yeah.
I don't view this as and I understand that it is.
How do you know that you're not in a bad information environment? I think I do more than anybody else to like fact check and to have like external processes to check myself. So like, whereas like somebody will say like, oh, like if you ask anybody that question, how do you make sure you're not in a bad media environment? They're going to tell you, I get my news from a variety of sources. That's what somebody says when they've never thought about the question before, right? So I will tell you that, like, I can argue both sides of any issue incredibly convincingly, and I firmly believe that. For any debate that I've had, I will be the best debater on the opposite side as well. So for the Palestine-Israel stuff, if I wanted to debate pro-Zionist, I would be the strongest Palestinian debater. No questions asked, easily. Same thing with things like abortion, same thing with things like veganism, yeah, even on things that I'm on the other side of 100%. So I can argue both sides convincingly, number one. Number two, I always have in mind like what it would take to change my mind. Like if I saw information on those or I saw those, I would change my mind. Number three, I try to like consciously and verbally match my convictions to my beliefs. So I'll tell you like, I don't feel too strongly about this, like, or I feel very strongly about this. Four is I'm willing to debate anybody on any of these topics at any point in time, and I'm willing to like go through data and evidence to view it. It's not like let's have a debate, but I don't want to get lost in the weeds. Let's not get lost in the weeds. We don't want to go down a rabbit hole. Like, I'll read or anything. Five is that I'll do like as much research as I feel I need to understand a topic, and more than anybody else in my industry. Like there are things that I do, like actual things that I can point to say like, I think this is how I stay out of like bad misinformation environments, rather than just the answer of like, I try to get my news from a variety of sources. Yeah.
It's the same thing. Like I don't view this as and I understand that it is slightly different.
I mean, doesn't everyone do that? In order to pick a side, you kind of have to be able to see both sides of the argument, no? Absolutely not. I would say less than 1% of people. Well, no, that's probably not fair. I'd say less than 5% of people can argue both sides convincingly. Didn't Norm Finkelstein wipe the floor with you? Even Benny was laughing. Benny was laughing, but not for that reason. How do you combat the debate mercenary allegations when you constantly say, I'm the best debater on both sides? This year, I'm not running from that anymore. I am a debate mercenary. Well, it depends on what you mean by mercenary. I'm a debate warlord. I am a good debater, but I'm a good debater because I know my shit and because I will crush you if you don't know your shit. And people like, people who are scared of debate or whatever, like there are two reasons why you can be scared of debate. Somebody can say, I'm just not good at like arguing with people. The environment isn't conducive to the way that I think. I'm not good at like on the fly, like countering, some particular thing. I get nervous or whatever. Those are like legitimate reasons to not feel like you can perform well in a debate. I think that's fine. I don't think everybody is wired for like live debate or live conversation like that. I think that's totally acceptable and totally fine. But when somebody starts saying things like debate is just about shouting over your opponent, that's cope. That's always cope. Those are things that people say. When people say things like debate is just about whoever can scream the other person down, that's like a person saying like, oh, I actually think that going to the gym is a waste of time. I'd rather just like read more, and having muscles is for losers. That's like the biggest, it's just a huge cope. That's a huge cope. Mercenary has a negative subtext to it, aka whoever pays. Oh, like I'm hired by a side to debate? I mean, you can say that, but like I take more notes, I do more research, like my whole research process. I am the only person on the internet whose whole research process is literally open to everybody. You can see every article I've read, every book I've read, every note like it's all public. So you can say whatever, but I mean like the evidence is, if you genuinely are curious about this, then like the answers are very obvious. But like the only people who think this are people who just listen to Hassan's bad faith mischaracterizations of me. Do alarm bells go off when someone is enthusiastically and confidently trying to convince you of a thing? I find that my instinct is to doubt people when depending on how they present a fact. How they present a fact can be important. I agree with that, for sure. I mean, if someone has only been watching Ben Shapiro, Steven Crowder, I would understand why they think that. But for people who see you, it's an unfair argument. Honestly, I don't even agree with that. I don't think Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder win debates by shouting people down. I think they win debates by knowing more than the other person. I think that they genuinely just crush their debates.
Celebrate your new title. Competition has begun. No? Get it.
Fuck. Where is the, where is this back and forth?
Thank the gods you're here, Stark. About time we had some stern northern leadership.
Glad to see you're protecting the throne.
Steady old thing. How many king's asses have polished it, I wonder? And what's the line? The king shits and the hand wipes.
Very handsome armor. Not a scratch on it.
I know. People have been swinging at me for years, but they always seem to miss.
Chosen your opponents wisely, then.
This is what they do. Charlie, Kirk, and Steven Crowder and Ben Shapiro win debates because they choose their opponents wisely. This is why their armor is unscratched, generally. Because they go to colleges and they debate kids over subjects that they prepared extensively for, and then they crush them because they're not able to mount like an effective offense, basically. Yeah. So, I mean, what are you gonna... Yeah. But it's not because of rhetorical tricks. It's just because of the opponents that they choose. That's why Hassan brings on 16-year-olds to debate on his stream, right?
I don't respect that difference or care about it enough to view one as bad and the other one as good. I think that your opinion about one has to be the same about both of them. There's not really a distinction in my mind that makes one, like, logically different than the other. It's the same substance. Yeah, that's the way I see it.
Elon Musk has jumped on phone calls with foreign leaders as well, which is interesting. And I would like to talk more about that, but unfortunately, we are out of time. Julie.
One of the nice tricks of misrepresenting the facts is that you get to make very, very, very strong, righteous arguments past the incorrect statement, incorrect fact, and then you sound really good, right? Like, imagine there are two men. One guy is like convicted of stealing and the other guy is convicted of rape, and you just say like the guy that stole actually raped too, and then you give this whole speech pontificating about how all people should be treated equally, and if he raped he raped, so they should both be treated the same, and everybody's like, yeah, true, fucking A. Like, everybody's like clapping on like, yeah, absolutely, they did the same shit, they should be treated, you should be consistent, absolutely. But the reason why this hits so hard is because you've told a lie about like, well, is the behavior the same?
Brzezinski and Katie Frost, we appreciate both of you. Thanks so much.
Yep, there it is.
I was amazed.
And what's this? Both these girls have some bitch face? Oh, Jesus Christ. Why? I don't know what it is about people on like Twitch chat.
Wait, I first found your content by searching for a deontological way or rule set to have debates that fleshed out the truth and not just dunks. Your Hassan vs. Kirk came up. You're the closest to that goal. Wow, thanks, Gina. That was a long time ago. And thanks for the 5 gifted memberships. What did Lawson Harrison think? I'm reminded of your WIC panel months ago on if debate is effective. Those guys brought nothing. Oh yeah, I'm changing my rhetoric on this too. Fuck, even I like live in my... Somebody gave me that advice. Don't live in your opponent's criticisms too much. I agree with that. Debate is not for changing your opponent's mind, and debates are meant to be won. That's true. You should win the debate. It's not for, it's like saying that when you go to compete at like an NBA game or when you compete in like the College World Series that you're there to practice. No, you're there to win. You're there to show the fruits of your practice. When two people have a public debate and they're ideological like enemies, they're opposed to one another, the goal should be to have the better arguments for that debate. You're not there to learn from the other person. Of course not. The learning is what happens up to the process of the debate. So when people are like, "Oh, debates are worthless because you don't learn anything," that's like saying the Super Bowl is worthless because the teams don't practice in the Super Bowl. No, you're there to compete. You're there to show which idea is better. I think there's nothing wrong with that. That's fine. A casual debate or conversation you have between friends or on stream or whatever is different than a debate that you have like on stage with a ideological opposition, or ideological adversary. Off topic, have you heard about the Miami Beach condo subsidization problem with high rises sinking into the ground? I've heard about it. Don't care because I don't own property here. I'm a rent Chad. I am a rent Chad, and my landlord cuck, my landlord loser, he's the one who has to deal with his property sinking into the ground. I just move.
People on like Twitch chat that always feel like compelled to make comments about people's appearance, but you guys got to stop doing that. And if you make comments like that and you say weird stuff, there's a very high chance that you'll get permabanned because it's weird. And one was voicing their opinion as a citizen and the other one's directly consulting with the authorities. I don't care about that because the effect is the same. So if somebody can wield their influence in order to change policy, the method of doing so is less relevant to me. Like from a functional level. I don't view this as a massive moral difference. She has influence? Yeah, exactly. And so it's not. And again, you can draw these like, you know, technicalities and like, oh, well, technically it's not really like that. And, you know, well, actually it's like, well, if you look at the law and I don't care about any of that. When I see a bunch of celebrities getting together to push one person, to push a policy, that to me is logically the same as one person trying to push a policy themselves. It is. The semantics don't matter to me. The effect does. And I think the effect is the same. Yeah, who told our PR team to say it? Yeah, that's basically it. And
wait, what? Hold on. Hold on. I'm thinking. Fuck, I don't want to do... I'm trying not to do personal drama shit, because it's fucking not... Because I'm so over this. Do I open this? Let me just charge up. Hold on. Let me... How many... It's got 18 likes. It's not even worth going over. You failed one last time. Okay, I'll do this super quickly, I guess. Sorry, somebody just linked this to me. Merck's claim that Destiny flirts with women only to discard or ignore them once he loses interest is something I can personally confirm because it happened to me. I don't even know who this person is. I think I've ever seen this person in my life before. I don't remember, but sorry, somebody just linked me. I was reading this thread. A story in 6 parts. Part 1. I drove to Destiny vs. Milo Yiannopoulos' debate in the spring of 2023. So apparently Merck tweeted out on December 2nd, he tried to sleep with me as well and completely ditched me as a friend when I wouldn't. Orbiter or not, I think it's extremely problematic to want to fuck every single female you come in contact with. So first of all, I've never tried to bang Merck ever in my entire life, ever. This has never, ever happened. She came over once to hang out because I was bored and I was doing the whole studio shit. And I think I worked on stuff in my studio wiring shit for like 6 hours while she played on her PSP or something. I have never in my life tried to bang this person, ever. Number 1, okay. But Merck is also crazy, so whatever. But maybe I'm just saying that to discredit her. Did she make a move on you? No. I think it was like a friendly hangout. Like, it was legitimately just like friendly. I think she was bored because she had nobody to hang out with here, and I was bored because I was just doing studio shit. So she came over, we chatted a little bit while I like did my studio stuff, and that's it. No, like, neither of us did anything sexual. Neither of us made a move on anybody. Nothing like that happened whatsoever at all. Okay. Like Stephen, I graduated from a small Catholic school in Omaha, Nebraska. Like Stephen, I am a Catholic Air Force brat, and I'm also a dual citizen. I'm not a dual citizen. I guess my parents are in the Air Force. I sympathize with humans' narrative about having a partner with BVD. I even started out as a libertarian. Wait, hold on, I haven't read this. Did I even respond to this person? Hold on. It doesn't let you. Hold on. I can't even see DMs with this person. So they've either blocked me or I never responded. But okay. She DM'd me, hey man, I'm from Omaha, went to high school at a local Catholic school there. My family is also Air Force. I watched your content for years and I've watched the whole Lab Mystical arc. Over the past year or so, I just wanted to say that I'm really sorry about what happened. I dated a man with BPD on and off for a year and had a ton of sexual details leaked from him to my entire PhD program at the university where I work. So I have at least a little bit of an idea what you're going through, blah, 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 blah. If she said she was from Omaha and mentioned, I'm surprised I didn't respond. I don't know, maybe I didn't even see the DM, I'm not sure. But maybe, who knows, maybe my response is in here. But I don't remember ever seeing this person in real life, but okay. Part 3, Steven's success at flipping the 2016 trend of embarrassing creators like Carl Benjamin, aka Sargon of Akkad, felt like a bolt from beyond in college. His journey from libertarianism to becoming the omni-liberal felt very compelling to me. I had a huge fan crush on him. Part 4, I met Steven after the show, asked for an autograph. Oh, I was a chubby boy here. And bonded over being from Omaha. He seemed professional and kind. I remember Steven helping the crew set up beforehand. Steven's cameraman spoke to me afterwards and shared that DGG chat loved me. I was on the moon. Okay, so I took a picture of this person. My signature is horrible. Destiny, there we go, whatever. Okay. Part 5, after gushing, it's so freaking cool to meet you and saying goodbye to Steven, I drove home from Knoxville on 4/11/23. My partner and I were thrilled. People liked my clip. With my partner's big TikTok and Twitter, we hope to use DGD's attention to launch a podcast. Okay. Jesus Christ, but okay. Part 6, my partner and I drove to South Carolina to see Laura Loomer speak, hoping to cover Christian nationalism for our first podcast episode. As a Jewish woman in MAGA, she seemed like an intriguing guest. We were naive and unprepared but excited. She even gave us her number. Okay. I intentionally paid the $100 fee to meet Loomer afterwards and asked her directly during dinner. I unexpectedly ran into Steven's cameraman again. I also spoke with Sean Semenko and Steven's cameraman about how they coordinated with guests like Loomer, Yiannopoulos, and Steven, and Destiny. Who is Steven's cameraman? I wonder who they're talking about there. Is that Jeff? Or... Part 7, while visiting Kahal Kadash Beth Elohim in Charleston, South Carolina. Sorry, excuse me. The first Reformed synagogue located in the United States, I received this message. I attempted to call this number afterwards, but received no response. Hey, hello, my name is Blank. Nice to meet you, Blank. I'm 33 years old, live in Miami, and you? How did you get this number? From my assistant. Well, hello. Hi, I'm 26 years old. Sorry, I think my assistant may have got the wrong number. Hope it didn't bother you. Wait, is this supposed to be me? Oh, wait, hold on. First of all, how do you even text with a lowercase first letter? Doesn't it automatically capitalize your texts? Also, 33 years. Why is there no space between the words? Okay. By the way, I intentionally put small things like this in my text messages so that if they ever get leaked later on, I can say, wait, I would never text like that. I do crazy making gaslight, sorry. Part 8, I assumed that this person was Destiny but felt unsure. I reached out to Destiny's cameraman later that evening. I want to emphasize that the cameraman was very professional and helpful. Hi, this is Blank from our dinner. Thank you so much for offering that. We have a few questions for you. Equipment. So far we have a vlogging stand for an iPhone with a microphone. People are saying you can turn automatic capitalization off. Why would you do that? Why would you ever do that? Thanks so much for offering this. We really appreciate it. Equipment. Bluntly, we don't have the funds for fancy equipment at this time, but at the time we'd like to acquire better stuff. Do you have any recommend? Damn, this person's asking for a whole bunch of shit. I don't even have Discord DMs with this person. I just looked it up. I don't even know if we've ever been friends before, but okay. And finally, thank you so much for reaching out to me and blank. It's a dream of mine. And I know of blank to be able to turn our passion for politics and research into, at minimum, a potential side hobby that contributes hopefully something of value into the discourse. Okay. Part 9. A man from Uncensored America reached out expressing interest in dating me. I showed him the green text message I had received and asked if the number belonged to Destiny. He confirmed the number that texted me was Stevens. Why did she re-show this Twitter DM to me? Did I really never respond to this? I'll be honest, I usually do respond to some DMs. I'm surprised I didn't even respond to this. But okay. Part 10. I called into Wick TV. Wick felt impressed with my previous performance and gave me the chance to debate with Destiny. I felt so excited and thrilled to be there. Oh God, I don't even know what I would say to this person. Because I have no idea who this person is.
Were bigger than merely him losing the presidency in 1980. Up until about 1980, and this is according to a book called Camelot's End by John Ward, the Democrats have been the dominant party since FDR and the New Deal for much of the 20th century. But once the civil rights movement kicked off, they began to quickly lose the South, which is why Jimmy Carter's history as a Southerner, his Southern roots, helped him maintain power, particularly Democratic power within the South. Unfortunately, when so much bruising and so much division happened between the party, when Kennedy was constantly fighting with Jimmy Carter on the national stage.
So you can imagine my surprise when not only did Stephen not reach out to me afterwards, but even sniped at me during our debate. Yes, Stephen, I read books, full books in fact, as part of my job. I don't need to abuse ADHD medication to help me turn a page. We get it, you're a teacher and you want us to read books. I'm joking. This is a sarcastic message. This is a meme message. Was I supposed to reach out to her? Holy shit. Part 11. I tried to reach out to Stephen on 12/26/2023, fearing for the safety of a friend of his. I was able to make contact with Kyla and other friends to reach this person in time. In 2023, 12/26, okay. TLDR, Stephen asked his assistant for my number, then sent a creepy message related to introducing himself. When flirting wasn't an option, he ended our conversation, blocked me on Discord. Do I have her blocked on Discord? Wait. No, she's not even blocked. We're just not friends. I've never messaged this person ever. And acted like a pathetic butthurt bitch sniping at me during our debate. I believe Merg. I believe every woman who's spoken out about Stephen's primary interest being using them for sex and then discarding them. I didn't even I'm sorry. That was almost phrased really badly. I didn't even use you, though. I didn't even do anything with you. The BPD e-girl narrative he's relevant for years to smear women who call him out for no longer holds any power over me. I'm ashamed I ever believed Stephen's narrative about Anna or Melina. I apologize to you all. I never called Melina a BPD girl. If you were a DG fan like me, realize that the women don't take accountability narrative as a tactic Stephen, Kyla, and others used to avoid taking responsibility themselves. I don't do personal drama anymore because it's just like, it's messy because you have to like leak shit to counter shit. And I just am not interested in like litigating like personal stupid shit. This sounds like spam text messages, but normally there's like a picture of a Chinese girl or like a Filipino girl attached. It'll be a message saying like, hey, and you'll be like, hey, what's up? Like, nice to meet you. I'm blah, blah, blah. And I happen to live in your city. And you're like, oh, really? How'd you get my number? They're like, oh, I got it from like an assistant, or I found you on Facebook or whatever. And they're like, oh, hope I didn't bother you. And then you're like, oh no, of course not. Like, cause they usually send a picture and then you try to flirt and then they try to like steal your shit or something. I get like spam texts like this occasionally. I haven't recently, but like a couple years ago, I feel like that was like common that you would get, what Uncensored America person confirmed this was your number? I doubt anybody did. They didn't even say that in the thing. Because this isn't my number. Wow, Body Knock. Thanks for the tier 1 subber. Where does she say that somebody confirmed it was my number? What a bad, this isn't even good flirting. What do you mean when I saw that it wasn't possible to flirt with her? So, hey, then she says, my name is blank. First of all, nice to meet you, blank. Why would I ever say that if I already met her? That doesn't even make sense. There would be a way more flirty message here. Why would I introduce myself as being 33 years old living in Miami? This doesn't even make sense. This is such a stupid way to text somebody. Like, no offense, but I'm not trying to sound like conceited, but like I'm a celebrity and we've already met. Like I already have an in. I'm not going to introduce myself like this. You'd be like, hey, what's up? You were the girl with a cute dress from blah, blah, blah. Or hey, what's up, fellow Omaha? And like I would flirt. It would have something to do with what I saw or noticed when I met you. So you have like an impression of me in your mind. I was remembering something. Then it would be on something that we like specifically interacted with. Like this is the dumbest flirting message ever. And I didn't even get, and even if this was me flirting, there's not even like a signal that it's not okay to message you. Like, what do I owe this pleasure? That's a flirty response. I would have flirted back. I don't know why I'm trying to justify this not being me when it's not me. The texts aren't even the same. According to those, you introduced yourself twice in those texts. Oh, wait, you're right. They're not, this might not even be the same person. Because it says, I'm 33 years old, live in Miami, and you, and then this is how did you get this number from my assistant? And then up here, they say it again, but it's in response to a different message. What do I owe this pleasure? Nice to meet you. I'm 33 years old, live in Miami, and you. This isn't even the same. I don't even know if these are the same DMs. I think it's the same DMs. The bot is just that basic. What did you do at that date? Did you stream? I don't need an alibi. These aren't even, this is, yeah, unfortunately, a great deal of my texts have leaked. I don't text like this, okay? I text like an 18-year-old high school furry girl. I don't understand why doesn't her Twitter DM to me? Why doesn't it show up in my Twitter DMs? Does she have me blocked? Maybe she deleted it. You can't delete DMs from the other side. March 28th, 2023. You weren't 33 in 2023. I don't care. I'm not trying to prove that it wasn't. Like, I don't know if I've ever even, okay, messaged this person in my life. March 27th, March. Now I'm curious if she actually sent me this message or not. Listen, I'm not trying to sound super thirsty, but I'm pretty sure I would have, this is a big message. Like a message like this is communicating a lot of interest to me. And we have like shared background here. She's from Omaha as well. Like unless there was some hugely dramatic thing going on at this point in time, I feel like I would have responded to this DM. I wonder if she either DM'd the wrong account or if this whole DM is fake. Why is it that when I click her account on, is it because she has like DMs turned off? Like I don't have the option to send her a message when I check on, when I look at Twitter. What if she deleted the account Her current account was created in 2023. Well, this was sent on 2023, March 28th. Oh, she used a different account because this account was created in April. Where do you see that? Oh, join January, February, March, April. Oh, this account was created right after she messaged me. January, February, March, April. She made this right after. What the fuck? Okay. Wait a second. Hold on. Wait. Did she fake this? This is not real. Everything about this is fake. It says right here that she sent me this message in 2023, in March of 2023. No, wait, I'm so sorry. Never mind, hold on. I'm making a bad assumption. Never mind. Because I was going to say that I know this is fake because it says right here that I have 159.9 thousand followers, but I didn't have that many back then. But she might have taken the screenshot right now, so then it would show me as having... Oh, no, wait, damn! Never mind, hold on. I'm so sorry. Forget I said anything. I have almost 300K followers. Holy shit. Okay, I might have had this many back then. Never mind. Why did I think I had like 100K less? You can search... you can search Twitter DM, just search your messages for some of the content of her messages, and then you can see if it's there. No, I agree, I know, but I checked. I searched for Catholic, and nothing came up. This is her old account, but it's deleted. Oh, if it's deleted, then I don't know if I can see her DMs, or I won't be able to see her side. Okay, well, whatever. Sorry. Anyways, yeah, I don't know what this is. I don't think I've ever talked to this person ever. This is a cute person. Hey, this is a cute dress. Given the opportunity, I would be way more flirty with this person, just being honest. It wouldn't look like this. Jesus Christ. I don't know if I've ever communicated with this person my entire life. But also, this message was sarcastic. I think reading books and studying is a good thing. I'm being sarcastic here, but okay. Anyway, sorry. I don't know. Somebody sent me this because apparently this person was running around saying weird shit. But like I said, I'm not trying to litigate a bunch of personal shit because it's dumb. And the fact that I even just gave this person attention is probably not good, but okay. How do you combat the debate mercenary allegations when you constantly say I'm the best debater on both sides? Debate mercenary is this implication that I like just pick a side arbitrarily, but I mean I don't. Like I said, like I can consistently generate like policy positions from a similar ethical foundation. Like you can test me or ask me on anything. Like, I'll go through any of these conversations with anybody, but yeah, I don't know. She's also a mod on the DGG Snark subreddit. Oh, okay. Well. Destiny, just message her and ask for clarity? No, this person sounds crazy. Why don't I ever get like a Gone Girl type? Like if you were truly trying to mindfuck me and do crazy shit with me, if you were even a medium hot girl, you would be able to do this so easily. I don't know why somebody doesn't try to do it. But whatever. Okay. Sorry, back to Asthma Gold. Okay, there you go. That's your one bit of personal drama for the entire year. Okay, good luck.
And how much influence do you think half $1 trillion worth person has versus a celebrity? Well, apparently a lot. You told our PR team to say it? Yeah, that's basically it. And how much influence do you think half $1 trillion worth person has versus a celebrity? Well, apparently a lot. Yeah, a lot more. It worked. That's it. The implication that rich people weren't having
This is what I said before when it has to do with like width versus depth. That like Taylor Swift, can you even put those together? Taylor Swift has a lot of width in that she can talk to a lot of fans, but very little political depth in that she doesn't talk about politics very much. So an endorsement from Taylor Swift just doesn't really mean much. People don't do much. She doesn't do much like political conversation or whatever. Yeah.
Private conversations to shape policy. And Elon Musk is the only person. Yeah. And I think this is the reason why a lot of people aren't buying into it. It's what this guy's saying right here. The implication that rich people weren't having private conversations to shape policy, and Elon Musk is somehow the only person to do this, is insulting to everyone's intelligence.
Like, this is a false equivalency. Nobody is saying that rich people weren't having private conversations to shape policy. This is not what Elon Musk is being accused of. This has nothing to do with...
That's exactly right. And I think that's why this type of argumentation, can you show proof of this? In some cases you can, in some you can't. I think that there are a lot of like things that happen. Like, for example, like...
Maybe you'll get lucky. My next psychotic episode, you deranged maniac. Oh, Ruby Spacek in my YouTube chat has also DM'd me. Hello, Ruby. But I think you were also a little bit crazy. I believed that Destiny was controlling my internet in 2023. Some misunderstandings happen. I'm bipolar. Does that count? I hope you get the help that you need. Good luck. But like a harmless crazy. You just seem like a... Whatever you're doing, you do you, okay?
Like somebody leaves office and then they get an appointment with a company that they were favorable towards or something like that. And also, just because something doesn't have, like, there's not like a video evidence of it happening, doesn't mean that it's not obviously happening. I mean, you can't see this many points on a line, or sorry, this many points on a graph, and then not be able to draw a line. I'm sorry. But it's just... it's just very fucking obvious that this is happening. Bill...
What's very obvious that what is happening? Is he going to name an actual thing? Like, can you give us a thing that's happening? Like, what's happening?
Gates, yeah. The proof is the existence of lobbies.
What? Like, what? Like, let's say that's true. Do we think that what Elon Musk is doing is simply lobbying?
Yeah, I think that's another good way of looking at it, too.
It's not.
But yeah, I think it's going to continue happening. And overall, FDA is a good example. Oh, I don't know about the FDA. I'm not sure about that. But I think that in a lot of cases, that definitely happens. Yeah, for sure. And so just let billionaires control the government because they were already doing it. Like, what are you saying? I'm confused. Well, what I'm saying is that I'm not going to view it as a unique evil. And if you want to get rid of billionaires controlling the government, then use the language of billionaires and not Elon Musk. That's the difference. So, like, I agree with you. I think that that is really bad. But it seems like this is a one-sided perspective. And so if there wasn't, then I would probably have a more open viewpoint for it. But I think the truth is that it's one-dimensional, and it's based off of power and not principle. And I think that average people can see that, and that's why they're distrustful of the media in the first place. And I'm sorry. A lot of people might be unhappy that I'm saying this. You don't have to get mad at me. They're the ones that are doing it. All I'm doing is explaining it. Like, yeah, that's it. Like, I'm just explaining what's happening.
Okay. This is just stupid, but... I don't know if he does it on purpose, but he's so sneaky with his language. He goes, well, these things are all the same in super broad terms. Like, all of these put money in politics and push for certain agendas. But if you ask him any deeper questions, you go, well, I didn't say that. I'm just saying money in politics is bad. Yeah, but it's like this... It's this really broad... That's why I'm saying, like, people should ask for examples, or people should ask for, I don't even want to say specifics, but examples. Jesus. Adrian Dittman loses his shit on 4chan, leaks screenshot with x.com, admin privileges visible in the bottom right corner. This is honestly... This is the strongest evidence. I'm actually slightly convinced now that he might be Elon. Like, I'm more on the side of maybe he's Elon. So apparently this screenshot leaked, or he posted a screenshot. Wait, hold on. Is this? Fuck. Does green background mean there can be not safe for work? I forget. I'm pretty sure this is fake. Wait, is this fake? How do we know it's fake? Oh, fuck. Am I getting... Don't let me get baited with late epic fake news. It says admin portal and the L is out of place. Is the L out of place? Or is this just an issue with the... with like the pixel count, the screen resolution or whatever? I wouldn't be able to tell, I'm not sure. The Verge had a person from X who says it's fake. Okay. Oh, so I'm sorry. Now we do trust the corporation that's owned by the billionaire guy who is saying that it's fake? Now we do trust it? Okay, well, never mind. Maybe it's not real. Who knows? Yeah, was that account posting under a trip? Like a known Adrian trip or something? Or... Adrian Dittman and Elon Musk both have US phone numbers ending in 89. Oh, what? Because somebody should have reset the password on both? Screenshot seems to suggest billionaire Elon Musk is cosplaying superfan Adrian Dittman, showing X account permissions beyond that of an ordinary user is almost certainly fake, a source at X tells The Verge. Guys, you're here because you like to ask questions. Asman Chat is there because they want to be told what to think. They will happily follow something. Once you make it easy enough for them to swallow, they don't push back. True, not like us. Wait, Lawson Donator said, I know this person somewhat well. She is convinced about your infamous reputation regarding the ladies. True or false? I don't think she's malicious, just very feminist and believes all women. The girl from before, I'm pretty sure has like some kind of psychosis thing, but I don't know enough about her, and maybe I'm just crazy making, but I mean, when you're literally posting texts claiming that that's me texting you and it's not me texting you, I bet that who from the Uncensored America, who confirmed that was my phone number? Wait, link me that, like, did she release a name there? I'm very curious, but... The source who claims no knowledge of Dittman's identity says an image posted to 4chan's poll board doesn't reflect an actual interface available to people who work for X. The screenshot was posted by a user who identified himself as Adrian Dittman, showing a post from Musk's X page. In that screenshot, the X interface includes non-standard links to an admin portal and a bands page. Oh, wait. Is there a bands page? Oh, would you really have a whole separate... Why would you have an admin portal and a tab for bands? Oh, now I feel like this is super fake. Okay, never mind. Sorry, hold on. Twitch has an entire tab in their portal titled Destiny Appeals. True! I bet they do. Okay. Well, we don't care about this anymore. Okay, fuck all this. Hassan, hate watch time. What is this?
Boner Chili watched the whole thing, said he was a mask-off Nazi, and knowing he has been for a long time, still thought he was funny, makes the collab they did more pathetic. Yeah, that's really interesting that Destiny also said he was an out and about Nazi, because it didn't seem like he had any issues basically platforming Sam Hyde when Sam Hyde was talking about how he wanted to murder me.
Oh my God, shut the fuck up. You're such a fucking baby, dude. I didn't actually know back then if Sam Hyde was like a full-on Nazi or not. I didn't know 100%. There was still like a little bit of doubt in my mind. I wasn't sure. But then when I started watching some of his, like his serious podcast stuff, I was like, oh shit, this guy is like a super Nazi. Wait, where the fuck is our chat? Wait, is this not on my YouTube anywhere? You just skipped it, retard. This is a clip from the interview. It's 2 minutes long. Third video. 1, 2, 3. Oh, never mind. Yeah. There are times when I... This is in 2022. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was kind of leaning towards maybe him being a Nazi, but I didn't think... I didn't know at this point. I didn't really 100% think he was. But it's funny because you can tell actually that I don't know that he's a Nazi because I don't really, I don't challenge him on like any Nazi tier stuff. I don't think. I don't know if I even asked about it. Did I ask about the journalist stuff? Yeah, I don't know. This was before the boxing match too? Oh, was this even before the boxing match? Wait, are you sure? No, I don't think it was. It says if Hassan doesn't accept.
You know, I will call out Hassan, or I'll just call out whoever makes the most business sense. But I'm not super interested in doing a bunch of fights.
Okay, so this is like a year or two tops in for you, and then you just want to be done with it, basically, or?
I hope so. Yeah.
If Hassan doesn't accept, there's another YouTuber called Vosh. Okay, you'd love to. Wasn't this before you watched his podcasting stuff? Yeah, 100%. Because if I would have seen the podcasting stuff, we would have talked a lot more about the mask off Nazi stuff. Fuck's that guy.
I think Vosh is maybe a little too small though.
Yeah, maybe. I just want to see him get the shit beat out of him, but you know. In terms of content, I don't know if you guys released more than like that 7-minute video, or it was a short video of you training Harley. That type of shit would be really funny to watch. 100% before the Hassan thing. I believe this might even be the before Creator Clash and he wasn't canceled yet. Well, no, I don't know. Sam Hyde says he wants to kill Hassan Piker.
You got anyone you want to...
This was in August 27th, and I chatted with him. Oh. I chatted with him before this. Oh, so this was even before the Hassan shit. Fuck, Hassan lies so much. Oh my God. Jesus. Look up the date of the fight. Sam Hyde calls out Hassan Piker. October, yeah, August. I guess it happened in August. Okay, well. Also, just as a thing, like people like Bad Empanada like have actually tried to have me killed. Although we don't care about Bad Empanada because now he's based because Hassan uses him to attack me and anybody else he doesn't like. I guess Loner Box for a while. Fuck, this account might have been banned. I don't even know. But he was trying to like tweet at like fucking, he was trying to like tweet at like Hamas or whatever, or tagging like terrorist Twitter accounts while me and Lonerbox were in Israel and in the West Bank. But, okay.
Platforming Sam Hyde, talking about murdering me with Sam Hyde, saying he would fund it.
I said I would fund Sam Hyde murdering you? Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on. Fuck. What am I looking for? Sorry.
Really funny to watch.
What did I actually say in this? I'll fund you murdering Hassan?
I have to fight Hassan Piker. You know who that is?
Why do you hate Hassan so much? Jesus. So, Hassan boxing match. You've got another match.
Take it with a grain of salt, yeah.
What, is there like a dream collaboration you have? Is there like somebody, like, obviously aside from your favorite character, iDubbbz, is there somebody that you like really want to do something with if you have the opportunity to?
Yeah, I have to fight Hassan Piker. You know who that is?
That's my arch nemesis. You have no idea.
Okay.
I created Hassan 2 years ago on Twitch, but yeah.
All jokes aside, I know that you guys are not going to take me seriously when I say this stuff because it's like better to fuel drama or whatever. But when I joined Twitch for the first time, I had a very specific goal in mind.
Oh, back in August, he's put in effort, and he sources things.
Fight Hassan Piker. You know who that is?
That's my arch nemesis. You have no idea.
Okay.
I created Hassan 2 years ago on Twitch, but yeah.
All jokes aside, I know that you guys are not going to take me seriously when I say this stuff because it's like better to fuel drama or whatever. But when I joined Twitch for the first time, I had a very specific goal in mind. And that goal has come to fruition largely because of Destiny, because of the help that he's given me. And also, on top of Destiny, helping me personally, Destiny himself already doing exactly what I wanted to do. So when people like David Pacman decide to come on Twitch, or people like Kyle Kalinske decide to come on Twitch, this is an incredible thing. I love this. The alt-right have an absolute hold, a stranglehold on...
2 years ago on Twitch, but yeah.
You created him, I have to kill him.
Well, if you're trying to fundraise for that, I would absolutely help you. Dude, anyway, he's been training. Did you see his Twitter videos? He's taking...
I've seen his...
Oh, because he thinks that kill him here, I'm fundraising to assassinate Hassan Piker. For when he's talking about his boxing match. Oh my God.
Training videos. Yes, it was illuminating to watch him kick the pad with such ferocity.
You have to sound scared, okay? You don't want to oversight your to scare him.
Yes.
Out of it, yeah. Do wait, that's all you're like 6'5" or something, aren't you?
6'4" and a half.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Well, have you reached out to him or his people?
Yeah, we've reached out. We've communicated. I've talked to people, intermediaries who've talked to him about this topic. His excuse was that he couldn't platform me by accepting a fight. He wouldn't want to make me lend some of his fame and clout to me.
Listen, if there's any California lawyers, okay, I'm only paying you on contingency though, so only if you win, all right? If everyone would fucking sue Hassan and represent me, okay? I'd do it. You could throw my name on the lawsuit.
To the best of his ability, posting it on LSF, having it go super viral, only to realize that he was aligning himself very openly in a hyper-brigaded post on LSF with an open neo-Nazi pedophile, and how bad that looked, deleting the post, getting one of his fans that posted that to delete the post, basically.
What? Wait, what?
Makes the collab they did more pathetic. Yeah, that's really interesting that Destiny also said he was an out-and-about Nazi, because it didn't seem like he had any issues basically platforming Sam Hyde when Sam Hyde was talking about how he wanted to murder me. Platforming Sam Hyde, talking about murdering me with Sam Hyde, saying he would fund it to the best of his ability, posting it on LSF, having it go super viral, only to realize that he was aligning himself very openly in a hyper-brigaded post on LSF with an open neo-Nazi pedophile, and how bad that looked, deleting the post, getting one of his fans that posted that to delete the post, basically. The videos are still out there. Having conversations with Sam Hyde, where...
Do you think the dynamic you had with Sam is comparable to Hassan and Badamp and Anna's relationship? No, I don't understand how. I can't tell if it's like randos or if it's Hassan fans that are like trolling when they ask these questions. But no, if somebody has ideas that I disagree with, I push back on those ideas when we're collabing, whatever you want to call it, or chatting. At that time, I didn't really know that Sam was like an outright neo-Nazi. Again, like all of this is like, you can watch all of this shit on my stream. Like you can watch me go through the process of exploring and discovering, and I'm not really sure if he really means this or is this actually true or not. Like this is all super open stuff. If there's somebody that has like very disagreeable beliefs, who's like a political person on my stream, I'm basically always like talking about that or fighting with them. I don't co-sign opinions about people, or I won't bring somebody on to attack somebody else if this is a person that I super hardcore disagree with. I have a huge issue with that. Like I'm having issues aligning with lefties right now because I don't even know if it'll be disastrous in the future when we disagree on foreign policy takes. I just don't do this. Meanwhile, Hassan will literally like retweet Nazi accounts and shit, actual Nazi accounts on Twitter to attack me and then amplify all their attacks. Like,
where they actively talked about murdering me. But then again, this is far from the first, nor will it be the last Nazi that he has actually defended. He trolled about Asmon and Moist Discord's helping him with this video. It didn't have any just signal boosting by bringing in their names. Who was talking with Sam Hyde? Destiny was.
Wait, so you asked the DJ to remove the post from LSF, but you kept the video up on YouTube. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, I already told you, and I challenged the LSF admins. I think I said this even to Stale. No, I think I told them they should do it in the future. If the LSF admins want, although I don't know who has access to it now, or I mean, I have access to my LSF channel. I have never, ever, ever asked for anything to be taken down ever from LSF. I have wait, hold on. Let me think. I'm wondering if that's too strong of a statement. Now I'm wondering if there's any like copyright shit or anything I've ever requested taken down before. I can't think of anything I've ever asked to be taken down from LSF before. This is the totality of my, I don't think anything sensitive is in here. This is the totality of my Discord server interactions with the LSF admins, because they have a server where streamers can beg for shit to be taken down that makes them look bad, because that's all they do. In January of 2022, I said, here's a random question. Can my Reddit account, Neo Destiny, ever get unbanned from the LSF subreddit? We've unbanned you now. Mod team here is very different to what it was a year ago, but checking through history, just make sure to not personally insult people as it still breaks over one. And then a year and a half later, I said, is it okay to have political posts on LSF as long as we attach a charity to the politics? Oh, I got irritated because people like Hassan could keep dodging the no politics rule on LSF as long as they were doing some stupid fucking charity. So this is like a salty question. We allow a small amount of leniency on political posts related to charity if the focus is on the charity, not the politics. Obviously, this requires some case-by-case analysis from our mod team. The general report is to try and weigh if the post helps the charity rather than inflaming political discussions. On September 26th, somebody says, why are you even engaging with that rat Destiny? He's full of shit and not to be trusted. What? LOL. Stale 2000. I see that. And then he links some mod shit. He did a takeover of the sub. I wonder if the new LSF admins even control this Discord even anymore. These are the only conversations I've ever had with LSF admins. I've never requested anything to be taken down. I've never asked them to moderate content on my behalf. I challenge, if you were to get somebody like Hassan to release his logs in this Discord, I guarantee you he's had 10 plus takedown requests. And I know because I've talked to some LSF admins privately. Other streamers request so much shit. They request so much stuff taken down. It's insane. So for him to make that accusation of me is fucking hilarious. Destiny, 5 months ago, you spoke to Harley and you spoke about Sam Hyde and didn't call him a Nazi and did a sweeping. Okay.
Their communities merged and intersected because they had a unique shared perspective of wanting me to die. Who would see that he is actually defended? He trolled about Asmon and Moist Discords helping him with this video. It didn't have any just signal boosting by bringing in their names.
What do you mean talk to admins privately? Is it possible that Hassan requests takedown via private messages? Yes. On LSF, all of the big streamers have a direct line to the admin team, or at least they did before the recent takeover. I don't know if they still do, but they did before, and they would message the admins and request things to be taken down. They would message them and say like, hey, like, I don't want this drama leaked here, or hey, I think these make us look bad, or hey, whatever, and then you'd have things taken down from LSF that you don't like. Hassan used to message them a lot. So did other big streamers used to message the LSF admins a lot to get stuff taken down that they didn't like. Yes.
Who was talking with Sam Hyde? Destiny was. Their communities merged and intersected because they had a unique shared perspective of wanting me to die.
Didn't you just say yesterday that going forward, you're not going to bother with debunking every retarded claim that Hassan makes? Did I misunderstand? I don't think I said that. I said that these are annoying things to deal with because it wastes my time, because none of these are substantive. He'll never post proof or link evidence of any of this. It's just him lying about me. But it's just annoying because it poisons like so many other relationships, because if somebody's never heard of me before, but they've only heard of shit that like this like retarded dipshit like spews on his stream to try to character assassinate me. California, any defamation lawyers want to reach out? Okay, listen. I'll even dump a small retainer, okay? And you can work your bullshit, file some shit. All he does is just goes on stream and lies about me.
Once again, So it goes a little bit beyond drama, is my point.
Like, it's annoying because Nazis fucking hate me because I'm a liberal. I'm a big liberal. And the claim against me is always that, like, oh, Destiny, he stands for nothing. He has, he has no values. He's just a valueless liberal, hedonistic, goy slopper, or it's always like the very, very far right, like super cultural far right people are always, are always criticizing me for this. So the idea that he thinks there's some huge crossover in audiences is so fucking stupid.
Also, people have discovered the concept of fog and are very scared about it. So we'll talk about that as well.
To be clear, he doesn't actually think that. Oh, true, too. Yeah, he's just lying about this. He doesn't actually think this is true. True. What's your goal? Are you just producing content, or do you have an underlying purpose with your media? What do you think America's #1 issue is? What can the average American do about it? Most of my stuff right now is probably literally just like, the fancy way to say it would be media factual analysis, I guess, or whatever. But I mean, I don't know, watching videos, fact-checking shit, clarifying what's true and not true. Why don't you seek out a lawyer? Do you not care that much and want a lawyer that will handle it 100%? If somebody wants to do it, it's got to be a passion project lawyer, because I'm not going to go through like putting the whole case together and like building all that, fuck all that shit. I'm not going to pay somebody a fucking $500 an hour fee to do it. So it has to be somebody who hates Hassan and they're powered by their hatred for him. Any plans on lowering the hate watch in 2025? It's really unproductive. Unfortunately, no. But I don't think it is unproductive. I think it's actually been very productive because now when Hassan lies about me and then I counter it, there's like short clips that go around about it, and then other people could call it out more. It's annoying. I don't really want to do it. If Hassan is giving like really bad political commentary, I'll do it. But when he just lies about me over and over again, I kind of have to say something. Otherwise, I can't. Otherwise, like people just assume it's true, and then it's just annoying. Yeah. Don't you think Hassan can use what you just said as a defense? Motivated lawsuit? I am motivated, and it would be a motivated lawsuit. It's motivated by the fact that he defames me constantly. Yes, what the fuck? Patrick Bet David exposed and humiliated, declares war on Wikipedia.
Funny how that works. Two of the loudest voices in the United States. Funny how that works. Two of the loudest voices in the United States of America, Patrick Bet David and Vivek Ramaswamy, who claim to be hard workers and who are trying to tell
500 an hour. Destiny needs to hire a lawyer just to see how expensive we really are. What do you mean? It depends. The most expensive litigator I've hired bills $850 an hour. The cheapest I've hired is $250 or is $300 an hour. What do you mean? The cost for representation can span the whole spectrum. I don't even believe you're really a lawyer. I think you're lying. I don't think you are a lawyer. I think you're a 1L who is fantasizing about charging clients $2,000 an hour because you watch too much TV. Get the fuck out of my chat.
Tell you that you just need to work a little bit harder. Turns out that the source of their wealth came from essentially scams. Patrick Bet David has been exposed. And
does Hassan consider himself working class? Yeah, what did he say? People are mad at me for buying a house and a car that a dentist, because I have a dentist or a doctor's salary or whatever.
Essentially scams. Patrick Bet David has been exposed. And as a result of this exposure, he has declared war, along with MAGA, on Wikipedia. Let's get into it. Patrick Bet David built his entire platform, his brand, his empire, off the idea of being a robust and hardworking businessman.
Somebody said, how the fuck do you get a public defender send? Are they basically volunteers? Yes. Famously in the United States, public defense doesn't, you probably get like shit money. And a lot of people that do public defense, I shouldn't say a lot of people that do public defense, I'm sorry. But some large law firms like force their lawyers to do public defense as like pro bono work, kind of, because it's like a nice thing to do and it makes your firm look nice and it's like giving back to the city or whatever. But yeah.
Entrepreneur who takes risk and gets the reward. As it turns out, Patrick Bet David built his entire financial kingdom off of a multi-level marketing scam, a pyramid scheme. Now, while this has been known by
I haven't actually dug into this guy's business stuff. Is this actually true? Like if I were to dig into this, or
many people, it did not come into the public eye, generally speaking, until this past weekend when Patrick Bet David decided to wade into the conversation over the H-1B visa program. You could look that up to find out more information about that. The long and short of the H-1B visa program is the question of whether or not immigrants should be allowed to come to the United States to work for employers that in some cases claim that these are highly skilled workers that they absolutely need to bend the laws or circumvent the normal process to allow them to come and work for tech companies, for example, particularly immigrants from India. There are two oppositions to this H-1B visa debate. One of them are just purely racist, as pointed out by everyone from Elon Musk to Vivek Ramaswamy. It's clearly just a group of people who don't want any immigration to the United States of America. Then there's the rest of us who look at this and say the H-1B visa program has been used historically to provide cheap labor that they can circumvent the normal wage regulations here in the United States of America by filling that position with someone from a foreign nation. And we have seen the pressure that has been applied to so many workers, so many migrant and immigrant workers because of the threat of losing that H-1B visa. And we're quite certain that that's exactly the nature behind Elon Musk's desire to expand the program. That's the long and short of it. Let's get back to Patrick Bet David, who decided to wade into this conversation about the virtues of being an immigrant who worked 80 hours a week. And because of that, that's the source of his success. Patrick Bet David is telling everyone that he is successful because he was a hard-working immigrant. Little did most people know that the source of his wealth and his empire came from a scam. Much like Vivek Ramaswamy, by the way, who himself scammed millions upon millions of dollars out of shareholders by promoting a miracle Alzheimer's drug that was not miraculous at all. Vivek Ramaswamy essentially pumped and dumped stocks, destroying a company, destroying shareholder wealth, as well as defrauding a lot of patients who thought the drug did what he said it would do. Funny how that works. Two of the loudest voices in the United States of America, Patrick Bet David and Vivek Ramaswamy, who claim to be hard workers and who are trying to tell you that you just need to work a little bit harder, turns out that the source of their wealth came from essentially scams. I would call them frauds, but fraud has a very specific legal definition, and there are just so many things in the United States of America that to a moral person seems fraudulent, but to the legal system is not fraudulent. So let's just call them scam artists.
Fuck me. I don't want to say anything good about this guy because everything is always not good. But I thought it was interesting that he represented two different points of view about opposition to H-1B in the beginning of this video pretty accurately. There's one group of people who are just racist. Then there are other groups of people that might have legitimate concerns. And he's being careful clarifying his terms here. This is very nice. It's good. Yeah.
And this is why Patrick Bet David has declared war on Wikipedia, because Wikipedia has the record. And Wikipedia was the source of why millions of people on Twitter, X, now know the truth about Patrick Bet David. Let's get into the particulars so that you can see it for yourself. Here is Patrick Bet David grandstanding about how hard he worked as an immigrant to the United States of America. Let's read it. As an immigrant from Iran, I saw this as an edge, speaking of Vivek Ramaswamy's tweet below. I didn't mind working 80 hours a week. I didn't mind the competition. All I wanted was a shot. This used to be the American way. He went on and on, but you get the gist of it. Now, this was the tweet that prompted so many people to say, now, wait a minute, Patrick, not only is the advice that you're giving unhealthy and not sustainable, as Andrea says in this reply, saying, quote, kindly, Patrick, working 80 hours a week is not a healthy role model. Absolutely the case. And I want to read you one more reply from Patrick Bet David. This is what he said. He said, respectfully, both the app plus the phone you are using were built by a founder and an executive team that worked 80 hours a week for many years. Also, our founding fathers worked and fought nonstop more than 80 hours a week to build America. We're beneficiaries of their sacrifices. Now, something about grandstanding when you really have no ground to stand on really jogs my memory about your individual past, because this is what caused me to jump into the conversation saying word on the street is that you made your fortune not working 80 hours a week, but through a pyramid scheme, Patrick Bet David. Now, I'm not exactly sure the chain of events that led exactly to the community note that was ground.
Can you try and give your best steelman for ending birthright citizenship? I can't think of one. They're out there, but no, I'm not going to give a fucking steelman of that. What the fuck? No. I got some weird people in my country right now.
Found it in Wikipedia that exposed and humiliated Patrick Bet David, but I like to think that I had some kind of contribution to that chain of events, but I digress. That's neither here nor there. Let's continue on. What happened after that? Well, community notes got involved. Community notes is where a small measure of accountability occurs on Twitter, or now X. This is where the community looks at what someone says and say, wait a minute, I think you're telling a lie, or wait a minute, I think you're being disingenuous. And so they source it, they make their point, people vote on it, and if enough people support what you have to say, your tweet carries around this community note, just like this one that was attached to Patrick Bet David's tweet. This is what it says. Patrick Bet David made his money by founding a predatory, multi-level marketing pyramid scheme, which he then used to market himself as a business guru on YouTube.
Is it in my head, or is it interesting that this PVD guy is only getting real criticism and controversy when he goes against the right? It feels like it used to be the left. Well, yeah, because they'll be very skeptical of you as soon as you're not on their team, right? And that's what's happening. Yeah.
He is essentially a scam artist. And the source was Wikipedia, which brings us full circle to why Patrick Bet David and now the rest of MAGA have declared war on Wikipedia. Now, before we get to the war on Wikipedia, let's go to the actual Wikipedia article, because I want you to see for yourself the history of Patrick Bet David that he now wants scrubbed. from the internet. He won't scrub from Wikipedia. Here's the career of Patrick Bet-David. On September 10th, 2001, Patrick Bet-David was hired as a financial advisor at the Glendale branch of Morgan Stanley Dean Witter. He later went on to work at Transamerica for nearly 8 years. Bet-David founded PHP Agency in 2009, focusing on life insurance and financial services. The company, a multi-level marketing scheme, was acquired by Integrity, another multi-level marketing company, in 2022. On November 9th, 2012, Bet-David launched the Valuetainment channel on YouTube, which features commentary by Bet-David and interviews. It eventually grew into a larger media company, which hosts convention speakers, including Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson and Nick Saban. This last part is important also. As Valuetainment grew, Bet-David ventured into political commentary, launching the PBD podcast, which hosts debates and interviews on American politics and cultural issues. On the podcast, Bet-David has interviewed guests including Reza Pahlavi, Crown Prince of Iran, Bishop Marie Emanuel, and Donald Trump. He has established himself as a staunch ally of Donald Trump. This is the article that was used to source the community notes that Patrick Bet-David has now declared war on. Patrick decided, let me cry. Let me go and talk to Daddy Elon Musk and tell him that I don't like this. And so he sent out the following tweet, quote, "Hey, Elon Musk, I appreciate the value of community notes in fact-checking misinformation, but this particular note falls short of the platform's stated objectives. It feels more like a personal attack tied to my stance on H-1B visas, resembling the flaws of Wikipedia." Does it really, though? Or is it a factual statement about the way that you gained your wealth that everyone is now saying, you know what? I don't know if we really should be taking advice about working 80 hours a week from a guy who built his entire fortune off of a multi-level marketing pyramid scheme, Patrick.
Also, somebody pointed this out in YouTube chat. There's a big difference between like working 80 hours a week on a company that you own, like on a passion project that you have, or on a company that you're like a part of a startup you've got big equity in, versus like working a couple jobs or working 3 jobs, working 80 hours a week. Like one of these is like, can be the most like passionate, grind set, life enriching experience ever. The other one is just like fucking misery, okay?
Bet-David. And of course, I jumped in the conversation saying, you're not denying the truth of the note, Patrick Bet-David. Tell us more about how hard you work on your MLM multi-level marketing profession. And listen, the reason I say stuff like this is because, let's be real, man. These folks have built entire platforms off of giving you advice on how you should work hard, giving you advice on how you should have this work ethic, how you should pull yourselves up by your bootstraps. Meanwhile, they engage in some of the most predatory practices possible. And then they package it up into podcasts and promote it to people. I'm just getting beside myself with alliteration. But they promote it to people like you who have a passion for being successful. And there you go, taking advice, clicking on, buying products, going to the conventions, buying his books, a person who he himself is a pyramid scheme predator. I mean, really, folks. Do you really want to take advice from someone who built his company not off of hard work and ethics, but hard work at scamming people, hard working at multi-level marketing schemes, hard work making money off of people without providing the value that they promised? And yet here he is with Valuetainment, a wildly successful. Listen, the man is successful now. Regardless of how he built his initial wealth, he's successful in and of himself by telling you how hard you should work. That should absolutely rub you the wrong way. But I digress. Let's go a little bit further. Patrick Bet-David now has found it necessary to go to war with Wikipedia because it's not enough for him to just get the community note removed from his tweet. He now...
You're so right about how anyone who says they work 80 plus hours a week is lying. No one would be proud of working that long, and people just don't have the capacity to work that many hours a week. I mean, it depends. There are some situations where if you're working on like your own business, like business owners or small entrepreneurs, they will probably legitimately work 80 plus hours a week on their shit because every single moment of the day, they're like trying to work on their business stuff. There's a lot of stuff to work on. Also, if you're in an environment where there's lucrative overtime pay, people that have bills and people that are like adults will absolutely grind the fuck out of that. That's why I did 60 plus hours a week at the casino for so long, is because, excuse me, I'm like 19 years old and you're going to pay me $22.50 an hour overtime? Yeah, I'm grinding the fuck out of every hour you give me. Of course, that was insane pay for not having a college degree at all. Hell the fuck yes. So, I mean, it depends on the environment, right?
Needs to crush the record. And while he's...
But there's a difference between like working overtime because your job offers it, which is based and you want extra money, versus like you need to work overtime to survive. Those are two very different environments. Also, overtime, in my personal experience, I don't know if this is generalizable to the whole market. As soon as somebody says overtime, they're probably already in a privileged position, because a lot of shit jobs will guillotine you and your supervisor and maybe even your manager if you're getting scheduled for overtime. I've said this before on stream. Like, one of the funniest things is when a rich person or middle-class person is trying to give advice to poor people, and it's like, well, let's figure out how much money like you can make at your job. So let's do 40 hours a week times. It's like, whoa, slow down there, buddy. You think they would ever schedule me 40 hours a week? Let's start with 28, okay? And then let's see if we can factor in a second job there, okay? Like, like even being treated as a full-time employee is it can be a challenge when you're in really shitty work. That environment might have changed, to be fair, from when I was a worker, though, so I don't know.
crushing his own personal record as it has been prolifically documented on Wikipedia. Here he is now saying, no, that's not enough. Now I want to take down all of Wikipedia. And he starts here. Should Wikipedia be a reliable source for community notes? He sends out this polling. And of course, considering his fan base, they said no. Now, folks, let's be real. If you have followed the progression of what Wikipedia truly is, you understand the robustness and the veracity of Wikipedia. Can misinformation seep through? Yes, because it's such a huge platform. But the editors, the individuals who contribute, and the people who verify and check the sources, it is a robust community of individuals who verify and have created an archive of masterfully kept information. I mean, from quantum mechanics down to political issues, it is a robust archive of information and knowledge. But because it has become inconvenient for Patrick Bet-David, all of MAGA is now sinking their teeth into the idea of destroying Wikipedia and labeling it as woke. There's so many layers to this conversation. You have in column one, you have people like Vivek Ramaswamy and Patrick Bet-David, who are immigrants, and no offense to immigrants. You know, on this channel, I defend and support immigrants just as much as any other marginalized group. But they're immigrants like Patrick Bet-David and Vivek Ramaswamy, who actually is kind of like a chain migration babe.
I hate to defend MLMs, but I think there's definitely a grading to how predatory things that qualify as MLMs could be. I don't know how many people know this or not, but basically any supplemental life insurance or supplemental insurance company or life insurance company is essentially an MLM/pyramid scheme type employment. Any type of job that relies on you or sells you the idea that you can get rich by getting people under you and them getting people under them, I would say is a scamming MLM. That's how I feel.
But that's a whole different conversation. But they come to lecture people in the United States of America about the value of hard work, when in reality, we know their history. We know how they made their money. And they made their money, perhaps it's not fraud in the legal sense, but to the average person who was hurt by what they did, they consider it fraud. They consider, the victims of Vivek Ramaswamy consider themselves as having been scammed. The people who poured value and wealth into Patrick Bet-David's multi-level marketing scam, only to realize it wasn't about the value, it was about their fees that they paid him. I bet you they feel scammed, but they have the unmitigated gall to lecture us Americans about hard work and work ethic, when most of us in the United States of America have to work 80 hours a week just to pay rent for a one-bedroom apartment and to have food or to buy medication. So it's the disingenuousness of it. It's the nerve. It's the gall. It's the unmitigated gall of it. It's the pompousness, the temerity to stand up and look you in the face and say, you need to work harder like I did. When what they're not saying in the subtext is clearly this: I worked really hard at scamming people. I worked really hard at my multi-level marketing scam. I worked really hard at my pyramid scheme. I worked really hard at defrauding, or rather, that's a legal term, at plundering the wealth of multiple companies, Vivek Ramaswamy. The moral of the story is this: be careful who you get financial advice from. Be careful who you get entrepreneurial advice from, and really question the source of how they made their money, because you might not realize that they've moved from one scam to another, where they scammed people before you, and now they are selling you a bill of goods. They're selling you books. They're telling you to subscribe so that you can listen to them give you advice on how to work hard, when all they ever worked hard at was scamming people.
True, if that's true. Calling Vivek a scammer for selling shares is actually insane. He built a $9 billion company by repurposing drugs for different diseases. His company is a complete success, and anyone saying otherwise does not understand how the pharmaceutical industry works and the success rate of clinical stage biotech companies. I don't know anything about Vivek's company, so I can't say anything for that. But what is this? 14-minute video from Coffeezilla.
Multi-level marketing, once seen as the new way to make a part-time or full-time income from home. Now it's almost universally ridiculed and mocked by anyone because, guys, we've done the experiment. The numbers are in. It's a failing business model that doesn't work, except if you're at the tippity top. If you can get enough suckers underneath you to lose money, you can then make money. That is true. That is an honest thing. Take a load off, grab some popcorn, and enjoy the marketing versus the reality. Get ready for some contradiction, some hypocrisy, some lies. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the $10 million studio. I'm your host, Coffeezilla.
Have you heard of Amway or Quick Start? Bro, don't talk to me about fucking Amway. Man, my family was obsessed with, addicted to that shit. We used to drive around in our car listening to tapes. The tapes. We would go to Amway conventions. Don't talk to me about Amway.
And today, you know what we're taking a look at? Some of the great MLMs, right? Let's first watch some of the marketing, right? Bring down the computer monitor, of course. The first thing we're gonna be looking at is Amway. You guys know them. They're sort of the original schemers, the original get-rich-quick scheme. And let's take a look at what they say about themselves.
No. Fucking, the whole thing is on Amway. Or this part is.
Everyone talks about it, yet very few bring financial solutions to solve it.
Oh boy, here we go.
I'm sorry, I just realized you steelmanned a Nazi talking point when watching the Sam Hyde video the other day, but you can't steelman my citizenship question? I just didn't feel like it. What do you want me to say? People don't like the concept of birthright citizenship because they feel like it can be abused by some people. They feel like people who shouldn't be citizens can abuse the fact that they're just born on U.S. soil. I think Nazis will call this the magic soil argument. Being born on American soil doesn't make you an American. It's being born to two American citizen parents. That's what makes you an American. So we don't have any need for birthright citizenship, because when they say birthright citizenship, I think what they're usually just talking about is like when you're born in America, you get citizenship, right? They're not usually talking about getting rid of it from two people who are born to or a person born to two American citizens. They're just talking about getting rid of it from people that are born on U.S. soil. I believe is what that's generally what they argue for. But it's hard to even have a steelman argument. Like every new world country basically has birthright citizenship. Yeah, but that's the steelman. But even the steelman is not that good. There's just not a very compelling argument to get rid of birthright citizenship. How many countries have birthright citizenship? I think almost every new world country has birthright citizenship.
Big promises.
Until now.
The champ is here! The champ is here! The champ is here! The champ is here!
Please, economy lesson. How does the market allow skip lagging? Are you talking about like the airplane thing, or are you talking about something different?
The champ is here! The champ is here! The champ is here! The champ is here!
One company dares to dream bigger and do the impossible. One company pushes the limits of the status quo.
Wow. We got it all, guys. We got people smoking cigars, fat cats, dude. This is a lot like the Amway thing. It's like a younger Amway. It's nice. It's fresh. It's exciting. So what is the reality of PHP? According to the disclosure they have to file. Let's check it out because they say they have the top compensation plan.
With the top compensation package in the marketplace for entrepreneurial agency builders, PHP is ushering a new era of
Anytime.
The top compensation package.
Oh God, my family did so much MLM. They fell for so much MLM stuff. I can, even though I haven't done anything with these in 20 years, I can pick out every MLM fucking scam thing, okay? Anytime you have like reward tiers for people in your business, always a scam. Stay the fuck away. Every single time, always a scam, okay? Anytime you have like levels in the business or whatever, always a scam. Stay the fuck away, always a scam. Now, I don't know if that's exactly what this is. It's what it looks like. They've earned this level ring or whatever. Careful.
In the marketplace for entrepreneurial agency builders, PHP is ushering a new era of multicultural and diverse agents.
Wow. So you heard it. World class. This is the best we're going to get today in terms of compensation plans. So it better be good. So we got to go through a little bit of this. The first thing you have to notice, this is a measure of the average of the life licensed agents in the periods of January through December 31st, 2019. So I wanted to make sure to get 2019's income disclosure because I know COVID shook things up. I didn't want to, get that in the mix. So this is that, and it's for agents that got their license because I know you have to get like licensed with these kinds of businesses. So I wanted to make sure we measured the licensed agents, and they said,
I think birthright citizenship is just a North and South America thing. What do you... What do you think the new world is?
this is licensed agents. Well, let's check out the numbers. $800,000 of income. That's pretty good. Well, how many people get that? 0.13%. Okay. So it drops pretty steeply off from that. Okay. 300,000, not bad. 0.14%. Now going on from that, like you basically have 1% of people making a really good income, it seems like. Because 0.75% make $148,000. That's a great living. You're going to do very well with that. Well, now we drop into the middle class, right? 1% of the people do that. It's still great. Still good compensation. Here's where it really falls off. Down here, I don't know if you can see that, 64% of paid agents, these are agents getting paid, made $200. The vast majority of people who made money with PHP barely paid off their enrollment fee of $200 that year. You didn't even barely broke even on an enrollment fee, over half. Now, 20% of them made $2,000 in a single year. Terrible income. Let's just be honest. That's like a side hustle at best. 7,000, same thing. 6% of people made that. Meaning,
what are you, a Spanish conquistador in the 1500s? It's not the New World, it's the Americas more. Sometimes people call it the New World. No? Like for people that collect tarantulas or spiders, you've got like New World spiders that are like chill, and you've got like Old World tarantulas that are schizo. Are they spiders? Wait, is a spider a tarantula, or is this one of those things where it's actually not? Hold on. They are a mesothele. I don't care. Losers.
That about 90% of PHP's employees also make less than, take a guess, everyone got their guess ready? McDonald's employees. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the #1 compensation plan in MLM, the thing that's changing everything, that's changing a world full of debt. McDonald's starting salary makes more than 90% of those people. This isn't to dump on those people, by the way. This MLM as a rule, it just doesn't work. Guys always tell you, MLMs are scams built to enrich the very people at the very top and basically no one else. And to make money, you have to recruit people underneath you. Now, the thing is, these people will tell you, well, of course, Stephen, people at, not many people succeed. It's just like owning a business where most people don't succeed, except there's a problem with that. You don't have to go out and base your success on getting new suckers in the program. This is the problem with MLMs. MLMs involve, the majority of their work is, hey, you got to go recruit. So in order for you to succeed, this is what makes MLMs completely unique. You have to make other people go lose. You get that? Because to succeed, you have to recruit. And to recruit, you have to knowingly bring people into a system where 90% of the people make less than McDonald's salary. Where it's probably slightly more than that, right? Yeah, actually it is. Because actually it's 95% of people. Because these 4.8% make only $15,000 a year. I think a minimum wage at
Okay.
Is that that's not what happens. What happens is that if you
didn't we watch this already? Why was I like this again?
Communicate something in a way that's extremely aggro. A really great example of this is, I think, Destiny. Destiny communicates a lot of ideas that in a lot of cases are factually accurate in a way that alienates people. And I think that's very evident. And if you read comments about him or you read people that are discussing things about him, is that a lot of people don't like they don't like how he says things and the way that he says things. And that causes them to say what he said was wrong. No, I'm saying like, yeah, he's aggro, exactly. And doing that ends up alienating more people. It's a dumb take.
Based. Okay, hold on. Going through my links, and then we'll cover the Nazi thing. Who is this? What is this? Soda Twinkin. Holy. What is this?
Why do you lean into MAGA right talking points so much lately? It feels like audience cap.
Oh, somebody said in my chat they asked him this question in chat.
Base video. It was too long. I don't think it was too long. I think it was fine. Why do you lean into MAGA right talking points so much lately? It feels like audience capture with how much you push back on anything with Trump Elon. Can you give me an example of that? Because, like, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but this video was a 46-minute critique of Elon. It was a critique of him. It was criticizing him the entire time. It was saying this thing that you said was wrong, this thing that you said was wrong. You're not going to get banned for this, by the way. Like, you're not being disrespectful or anything like that. I mean, you're not going to get banned. I'm asking you a question. Face trimmer, yeah, it's fine. Ban a furry. It's not a furry. I think that's what's a Clementine from Overlord. Kind of. I'm not sure. Let's see. It's true though. Well, I'll give the person a minute or two to respond, and then I'll move on. And yeah, an hour and a half talking shit about you. Yeah, exactly, right. And it's not even really talking shit. I think that's not really the point.
Okay. Somebody mentioned this. Oh, this was bullshit. We don't care about this. About Nick Fuentes agreeing with Bernie Sanders. This is not surprising. Remember, Bernie Sanders is a bit of a populist. Populists generally like protectivism when it comes to economic policy. Protectivism meaning that you are enacting policies that are contrary to free trade because you believe that it harms your native workers. So you engage in protective policies to try to shield your native workers from things that you consider harmful to them. So it's not surprising that Bernie Sanders would be opposed to H-1B visa type programs. And it's not surprising that Nick Fuentes would agree with this. That's not, that is not too surprising. It's protectionism, not protectivism. What did I say? Yeah, protectionism, sorry. Okay, 3 more. This is about Sam Hyde on his podcast where he's more mask off.
What about like the...
Okay, we'll look at that in a second. What is this? Adrian talked about the holy war between Hassan, Asmongold, and Destiny, between 250 and 455.
A fellow with glizzy hands bold. I'm not going to switch outside of squeaks and stands. This is all I want.
Do you think the legal class action lawsuit will go? I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know enough about the law there. I would have to look into it, yeah.
This is all I watch squeaks and stands a little bit while I'm working on other stuff. And I'm like, I have never taken the time to realize, like, what are the people that are really good at this medium doing? So I took some time on this 2 weeks to watch other content and like take notes. I took notes, bro. Like, I'm not kidding. And I'm like trying to figure out like what are things I can learn or do better. It's just like it is. I think it'd be a fun experiment. How do I say this without kicking off the new year in such a crazy way. I looked at content from people I thought were doing the best viewer-wise in the space of like discussing events and the news. And so I realized that a vast majority of people online get their opinions from one of these three people.
Uh-oh.
One of these three people. This is what I found out. This is my research discovered.
How do you imagine they'd collect evidence, notarize network logs? Wait, what? Evidence for what? Wait, what is Vosh's viewership at these days? I thought Vosh was doing better on the live streaming part.
Is a lot of people get their opinions from one of these three people. And so I watched a little bit, I'm not gonna say I'm an expert, but a little bit of all of their mostly YouTube content, all right? I just wanted to see what is different, what's unique. And I should clarify, all right? This is such a holy war between these people. I have no involvement in it. I truly don't. If you're a deep, passionate, angry online person about this whole thing, this is not the community for you. That's not what I'm talking about, okay? But I do wanna say that I think there is a space for something else. I watched it and I was like, man, I do think there's a market opportunity for something else. So that is what I'm kind of looking at as I try to
notarize network logs for the Honey lawsuit. Oh, I don't even know what the lawsuit is about or what they're alleging. I haven't even read what their cause of actions are.
Man, I do think there's a market opportunity for some.
How should we evaluate the protectionism of Biden preventing the Nippon Steel merger? I don't know. I don't know enough about it to say. But I'm generally a free trade person, so economically, I'd probably be opposed to it unless he's got like national security reasons or there's something else that I'm missing, like they're doing something bad on their end. But otherwise, I'm generally a pro-globalist, globo-homo, free trade, goy slapper.
For something else. I watched it and I was like, man, I do think there's a market opportunity for something else. So that is what I'm kind of looking at as I try to work harder in 2025. I'm learning from people who are doing better than me, of course. But I sincerely think that there's a space for something else. That plus everything tax-wise, financially, I just feel like I'm in a spot where I can like just run. You forgot about MAGA Mayo Lud? By the way, speaking of Ludwig, that's a separate topic, but we can go off topic real quick. At the New Year's party last night, I'm not sure Ludwig will ever upload a video ever again. I'm not sure Ludwig will upload a video again because Ludwig texted Stans, who hosted this party, hey, I'm gonna come. No, well, that sounds, pause. I'm headed to the party, whatever, I'm going to the party. And then proceeded to not come to the party and play League of Legends all night.
Okay, what am I missing here? Sure, H-1B is a bunch of issues, but isn't one of the requirements to pay at least the average prevailing wage for the position, which is set by the DPT of Labor, the Department of Labor? It just basically comes down to workers always want the highest wage possible, and anybody coming in is seen as pushing wages down, so it's always like people competing for wages. It's basically what it comes down to.
Offline, alone. He's actually in the absolute depths. Like when I was at a party, whatever, I'm going to the party. And then proceeded to not come to the party and play League of Legends all night. Offline, alone. He's actually in the absolute depths. Like when I was addicted. I'm literally seeing a flashback to myself in college. He played the same amount of games that I would play in college, like 18 to 20 games in a day. That is peak, that's almost depression levels, which is funny because he's not depressed. So we didn't make it to the party, which is sad because it was really fun. But I want to get this on record. Ludwig, let's pull up his OPGG real quick. He's silver 2, but he's on the uptrend. Oh my gosh, it's so many games. 20 games, 10 wins, 10 losses. That's just a day lost. A full day of arguing with teammates and stressing and trying and winning and nothing happened. This is the type of day that made me quit, by the way, back in late college. I remember a specific Saturday where my friends were doing things. They went out and did stuff and I said no, played 20 games in a day and ended up 2 LP down from where I started. And I remember thinking, what the fuck am I doing with my youth and my life? But bro is now 30 and doing this. And also could do anything. Bro is a millionaire in LA, rich and famous friends, and is spending his time alone playing. It's crazy. It's actually an addiction. It's actually like heroin. But what I want to say is, I see why he's doing it. I respect him for doing it. He is actually a real grinder. All this has done is increase my respect for Ludwig.
Okay. Okay, can we not? I don't know if it's worth posting a thing where it's like, this guy mentioned him once. Like, what is it? Yeah. Bernie also argues that H-1B is indentured servitude. Yeah, that's stupid. But Bernie probably thinks that like all labor is slavery, so. What is this? Sick from the fog? What are they hiding in this mysterious fog? Oh God, channel name is Hustle.
Like nothing. And bang. There's a flashlight.
This one is the balcony view, and you
This is like a video showing how ridiculous this is, right? Not like...
can't even see the ocean at all, and you can see this big ring here.
By now, I'm sure many of you have seen the mysterious fog that seems to have engulfed more than half of the...
Oh God, his name is Hustle, bitch.
...world. And while the mainstream media says it's just another bizarre weather phenomenon, I'm going to show you all the strange and spooky things people have been reporting.
Why is it stupid? Aren't H-1B workers going to accept worse conditions? What do you mean by worse conditions? It's the United States of America, dog. What are you talking about?
about this menacing fog. And we're going to start things off with this TikTok, where a man explains why this fog layer is very strange.
So it's crazy foggy right now. But that's not the weird part, okay? Like, number one, it's weird because as it gets later in the day, fog should lighten, dissipate, and it's really not. But the weirdest part is the taste and smell. It smells like after.
He means worse conditions than native workers? I mean, the Department of Labor sets the minimum wages for these jobs. Like, all of them make, like, I'm pretty sure they all make above, like, the median wages.
You set off a bunch of fireworks, and, like, the taste of the air.
Like the median U.S. wage. Like,
is, I mean, the only word I can think of is toxic.
And he isn't the only one who has reported that the fog has a strange, toxic smell. People in Florida have also been making TikToks showing the dense fog, which, according to them, smells like bug spray.
this fog is in Florida. It's 9 a.m. almost. It smells like spray, like bug spray. We need to report this everywhere. It is happening.
Some folks in Toronto also.
Will you address the monopsony issues with H-1B workers? What do you mean, the monopsony issues? What do you mean? Every labor market, arguably, some employers have monopsony power. That's not unique to H-1B. Getting deported when you're fired is kind of weird, but that's my only critique. I mean, there's a lot of visas that come to the United States where if you get fired or if you lose a business or lose a thing, then you get deported, right? That's why it's a visa and not a green card. What do you mean?
Also have reported that the fog has a very distinct and clearly unpleasant smell.
But this is up. It smells. Can't see.
But this isn't even the weirdest thing about this fog cover. There are so many videos of people using flashlights to show that this supposed fog is actually made up of small particles, which is not normal whatsoever.
What?
It's to show that this supposed fog is actually made up of small particles, which is not normal whatsoever.
What do you think? What do you think it means when you can't see through something? Isn't this like the difference between like a mixture and a compound? Anytime there's a cloudy thing or there's a thing, of course it's made up of particles. What do you think? What do you think that means? What are you talking about? Or not a compound or a mixture. It's like a mixture versus a solution, I think, right? I don't think most people know the difference between a visa and a green card. A visa just allows you to come here for some limited time period based on whatever the visa is. A green card means you're a lawful permanent resident, meaning that you enjoy permanent residency in the United States, but you're not a citizen yet. I'm gonna use the restroom. Hold on one sec. We'll do that Nazi stuff after this video, okay?
All right, y'all, I got a Surefire flashlight for Christmas, and this will give you a good look. You can't see the fog here, but check this out. So,
Oh my God.
Conspiracy theorist, but I am, and so this falls in line. What the is this?
I'm gonna turn my flashlight on.
What is this?
I feel it's just going to be people like rediscovering everything about the world. Like what? Like I don't even know what to say. Like, are people going to go to rivers and shine a light in and be like, notice how the water's not transparent? Like, what's in there? why is this not crystal clear water? What's going on? Like,
this is not fog.
Now, like some of you, I initially thought that these were just tiny water droplets, but then I saw this post. It was made by someone from Mississippi who was trying to share their experience of driving through this fog. Pay attention. Fog should have moisture. I just drove through thick fog, which by definition is when water condenses and creates tiny water droplets. All my life, I had to use windshield wipers in fog. Not anymore. This is dry chemical fog. Driving 30 plus minutes in fake fog. No windshield wipers required. Wake up. Now, his claim is somewhat backed by this air quality alert, which many people received in Hillsborough County in Florida on New Year's Eve. The alert states, the Environmental Protection Commission of Hillsborough County has issued an air pollution precaution due to elevated levels of fine particulates until...
The H-1 visa can change employers within a few months of a layoff. L1 visa pretty much has to pack bags when fired. I'm not sure which part of the process it was, but I saw employer needed to post a job ad to prove there are no local qualified candidates for the position. I think for H-1Bs, you have to prove that you couldn't find an American worker first.
Till midnight EST Wednesday night. Unusually sensitive individuals, such as the elderly, children, and individuals with respiratory ailments, may consider reducing prolonged or heavy exertion outdoors. The general public is not likely to be affected. As you can see, even they are admitting the presence of suspended fine particles that can make people sick. And this might explain why more and more people are now posting videos about getting sick after only going outside a couple of times in this fog.
Is there something going on with this fog and then people getting sick? Because hear me out, people, Oregon, Florida, like all over the place are saying that they've experienced this exact same thing. I understand it's cold and flu season, whatever, this could be just a weird coincidence, but now I'm seeing a lot of my friends and people that I'm, follow and stuff on social media talking about being sick, this red sore throat, really bad. I myself have been under the weather for the last 5 days. Nothing severe, nothing like what other people are reporting, but like a scratchy throat. You can kind of hear it in my voice, just kind of more tired and things like that. And I just don't know. It's just strange. It's just strange. The fog itself was strange. I even thought it was strange just when I thought it was just here in southeast Nebraska where I am. When it wouldn't leave for 3 to 4 days, I was like, that is strange. And then I start seeing all these people on social media talking about they're all over the country and they're experiencing the same kind of fog. Makes you think.
There's also this woman who was having respiratory issues and was shocked after inspecting the air filters inside of her house.
I've never pulled out a filter this dark in my life. This is not normal. It's black. Look at the new one. Oh my God, y'all. Oh my God. This is crazy. I'm sorry. This isn't normal, y'all. It's not normal. This fog is not normal. This is not normal. Never in my life have I...
Oh, alert. If you live in a house and you've never changed your air conditioner filter before, holy fuck, go do that because those motherfuckers do get dirty. I think you're supposed to change them every 6 months.
Ever seen a filter like this? Never. I change these all the time. I have a ton of them.
Now, this video went viral and people left all kinds of comments on it. Some of them pointed out that her HVAC system doesn't bring any air outside, and she responded by saying she had kept her window open for the last couple of weeks. To see if the filter gets dirty with windows closed, she checked it again after 24 hours and made this TikTok.
I changed it last night, and so less than 24 hours ago, and it is clean. Looks pretty clean. I'll show you. All right, here is the clean filter. All right, so the only thing I can say that would be different is that last week I cracked open all my windows throughout my house and my sliding door. And the reason I did that is because I live in Minnesota. We run heat for months and months at a time in the winter. So if temps get even a little bit warm, where we can open windows and at least get the stale air out of here, that's what we do. So we can circulate in fresh air. Now, it was super foggy this past week, extremely foggy, like insane fog that everyone else is seeing. So I had all my windows open during this time, not thinking that it was a dangerous fog. That's why I correlated the two and was wondering if anyone else was experiencing the same thing where there's fog.
Now, let me once again make this very clear. This fog isn't just affecting the US. People in Canada, Europe, and the UK are also facing the same problems, as you can guess after listening to this lady.
So does anybody else just...
Wait, am I crazy? Or does this guy kind of sound like the, oh fuck, the channel, the audit guy, a little bit?
And the UK are also facing the same problems, as you can guess after listening to this lady.
Or he's got like this kind of like cadence. It's AI? Oh, well.
So does anybody else just feel like they should be walking around wearing a gas mask? Like, what is happening?
Okay, this is just a video compiling these stupid videos. Okay, this is fucking stupid. All right, good one. Good one. We'll watch this after. Okay. Hold on. This lawyer guy might want to chat about some bullshit. we can do audio and video or just audio, whatever your preference is. Okay, this is mainly for my audience. Sam Hyde fans are going to be similar to gripers, and that they're very big on like the gay ops stuff, like faking, like astroturfing, and stuff like that. And they're also like very, very, very active on Twitter. They're very active in YouTube comment sections. They are very big on that. So this is a fan base that is hyper engaged in social media stuff, just to be aware of it. For the neo-Nazis, Elon, I don't have much to say on this. Okay. I probably shouldn't use, so people, I'm responding to criticisms coming from people that aren't even serious people. But when I'm using the term Nazi here, like I'm expressing that I feel like these are like neo-Nazi type views. I'm not trying to normatively load it, although I understand that's like a silly thing to say, I guess, in retrospect, because people always view you as when you say Nazi, you just mean like bad. I'm not trying to say Nazi equals bad, or just because it's Nazi, it's bad or whatever. I'm just trying to like accurately express the views. Maybe saying Nazi triggers some people, and I'm saying that dismissively, but I can understand why it would sound dismissive. But I am going through everything he's saying, and I'm trying to give an analysis of the things that he's saying. I'm not just saying like, oh, he's a Nazi and so he's bad, but I'm just saying like this is neo-Nazism. Like this is like a one-to-one mapping of like there is like a certain ethnic character of the nation. We have to dispel everybody that's not of this ethnic character. Jews are primarily behind the displacement of white people. Like all of these things are like, these are all like neo-Nazi things. So that's the only reason I bring this up. But if I was just trying to be dismissive with the word, I was like, oh, he's a Nazi, and then just not engage with it. But yeah. Yeah, fuck. That's really all I had to say on that. I don't know why I even put that in my title, but I noticed a lot of people were ass-pained over. Jesus Christ. This guy wants to argue over a Supreme Court thing. Wasn't that U.S. doctrine even before the Nazis? To blame the Jews for all of societal ills and to have like racial supremacy such that you're trying to like literally enforce a racially homogenous society by putting other people in death camps and stuff? No, it wasn't. No, it was not. Somebody linked this for him being born mask off.
I don't understand it. Like, I would never, like, I'm a Catholic boy.
Mm-hmm. It's not a religion. It's not a religious
I'm a Canadian boy.
It's an ethnic thing. They have the highest, good God, that is fright. That is a chilling, that is a frightening visage.
I wish I saw her in real life. I try to f her and I'd call my wife first. I'd be like, hey, Jess, is it cool if I try to f Amy Schumer? She'd be like, yeah, go ahead, have it.
They have the highest in-group loyalty, and they have a high enough IQ to disguise that that in-group.
These are all. I'm assuming he's talking about Jews. Also, like just because I've heard these are it's exhausting how much I've heard all these talking points. In-group loyalty is something that's often said about Jewish people. While they're trying to undermine the white race, they're also very loyal to their own group of people. It's supposed to demonstrate the hypocrisy of Jewish people by saying they tell white people that you need to be more accepting and you need to outbreed with other ethnic groups. Meanwhile, Jewish people are incredibly loyal and they only in-group breed, so they know that there's an advantage to doing it because of their in-group loyalty, while they try to destroy the in-group loyalty of white people. I'm pretty sure if you look up the numbers, I think that Jewish women are actually out marrying at like higher rates, but the idea that this is some sort of like, even if they weren't, the idea of this being like a planned approach to redesigning society is a far jump from, even if some people do marry in-group more, it's just
group loyalty quite well.
I guess I think in-group loyalty is fucking cool.
Well, I mean, there's a case to be made for that, but unfortunately, if you don't have high in-group loyalty, you
get eliminated.
Genetically doomed to be eradicated from the face of the earth as a group.
Really?
Yeah.
As a group, though.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Just ancient biblical warfare is still happening to this day, just under different names.
It's
explain why someone like Asmongold would should take the silly Nazi stuff seriously. Maybe. I mean, I think that Sam Hyde does a good enough job, like kind of dressing it up into just kind of like economically populist messaging. So it sounds good. Remember, like any good ideology, it's going to be like an abusive person. I'm negative about this. Like, there's not always like an abuser is not always bad, right? There's usually going to be some good aspect to an abuser. Otherwise, people wouldn't be attracted to them. But I mean, it's the same thing with like Nazi shit too. Like Hitler wasn't wrong about everything. You know, like they're going to make points that are going to resonate with everybody to some extent. It's just a matter of how well they can disguise some things and celebrate other things, I guess.
It's tribal warfare, and it's kind of seems unavoidable. I think it's unavoidable, the fact that that tribal warfare is a thing. I mean, it happens in nature all the time. It happens with fucking trees. Do it. Trees favor other trees with they share nutrients, I think, and they favor trees that are more genetically similar to them than trees that are not.
Yeah,
so
like birch trees don't fuck with any of the trees.
That's just the way of nature. And white people, I think, are currently getting beat down pretty hard with white guilt, and that's why they have this one reason why they have this lowered in-group loyalty, I think.
For now. We'll see if it'll
yeah.
change.
Yeah, we'll see.
But I guess the question is like, when you say it's not going away, right? How do you see it like playing out? You think we're just gonna get dragged into three?
I don't know. I think it's if I was I'd be pretty fucking worried right now, because on Twitter they're getting like dragged. Like Twitter is like the Nazi. It's like Nazi. What the fuck? It's leftists that are doing. Twitter is like in my opinion, Twitter is a pretty. It seems pretty well representative of what people actually think now. And whether you like it or not, the black people that I follow on Twitter, the white people, the racists that I follow on Twitter, the stuff that they're saying, it doesn't seem like there's anything really out of whack. Like there's any messages that are getting boosted too much on Twitter, like out of proportion to the way people feel. And it just seems the vibe, the temperature right now, is that people really don't like Brazilian, and it seems like it's getting safer and safer to say that. And
this means Jews, right?
Model.
Never thought I'd see the day.
I never thought I'd see the day. This model comparing Israel to Nazis. It's Israel that they say the issues with, but Israel is Brazilian.
Jews,
so if I was just not looking good, man, if I was Brazilian, I'd be worried.
Good.
That's what I mean. It's not going away.
Good.
Welcome to the party. That's the only thing you can say.
Well, I mean,
are they really gonna like American Brazilians? Like, nothing's gonna happen to them.
Well, no, that's not true.
I think a few of them get canceled.
Amy Schumer's not going to be killed, but everything is interdependent on everything else, and for fucking 100 years, the kind of controlled media, or been at the position of the highest position of power in media.
I'm ceasing to see the. I don't know. I'm stupid. Remember, I'm the mayonnaise guy, so there's a big ball in my head.
Why it's a bad thing?
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying it feels like there's a huge change brewing.
Oh yeah,
and it's just ooh, freaky.
See, I guess I saw it like that the whole time. I feel like people could have saw that the whole time. I guess I didn't. I was expecting like the plumbers and everybody to be like, "Come on!" And then you
You think that Nick is as far right as Sam Hyde? I can't tell. Sam Hyde is a full retread of 2016 era neo-Nazi talking points. Fuentes seems to be a bit more in the ethnic nationalist kind of thing. Like he's a bit more not as Nazi as Sam Hyde. However, there's also the fact that Nazis, my understanding of it, my remembrance of it is Nazis hate Catholics. Holy fuck, they hate Catholics. And Fuentes is very much a Catholic, right? Fuentes is very much like a Catholic nationalist like person, I think, right? Isn't Fuentes a big like Catholic church guy, or am I making that up, or was he just Christian? I know they called it Christian nationalism, but wasn't Fuentes a big Catholic guy? I think he is, right? Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, Nazis, neo-Nazis hate Catholicism and hate Catholics.
Oh, you don't know in Hollywood? And they're like, what? I watched Texas Ranger. And you're like, oh, shit, I didn't even know. Oh, I'm on the retard side.
I just assume everything's intentional. I have a different sort of take on these things. And I assume that the allowing of this pushback to happen is intentional and will push backs closer to the wall and make the reprisal more extreme. I just assume everything is scripted. You know.
Well, when you assume that everything's intentional and scripted, what you're assuming is that people have that.
Isn't it the KKK that hates Catholics, not Nazis? No, Nazis hated them too. Hitler hated Catholics. Yeah.
Someone somewhere has the ability to perfectly plan something. And what have we ever planned that's gone even 50% the way that we thought it would?
I guess nothing.
Literally nothing.
Nothing.
And even World Peace 2 was successful, but it wasn't successful because anybody planned it that way. It was successful because ingredients and things came together organically, and we hadn't lost our.
Hey, hello. Are you able to hear me? Wait, hello? I can hear you, but you can't hear me. I can hear you, but you can't hear me. That's my best sign language for today. He said 1 second.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. My headphones are not working. I'm going to grab another set of headphones so I can actually hear you. I'll be back in 30.
30 minutes? The fuck? That's crazy, chat.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me? Hello?
I still don't hear you.
Is the I don't know. I don't know who I'm talking to.
Let's see. Let me turn my audio output. Oh, figured it out.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
There we go. Now we got it.
Cool. Hi.
How are you?
Doing great. How you doing?
I'm good. Let me just switch my camera or my video so I can see you. Well, I'm surprised you answered.
Yeah, I'm always,
You're terminally online, huh? As advertised.
Quite literally, it's my job to be. So, do you want to give people a background real quick on who you are and what we're chatting about today?
Yeah, sure. So, my name's Zachary Worrell. I'm a relatively new attorney. I run my own practice here. I do election law and real estate stuff, but academically, my passion's always been constitutional law and legal history.
Okay.
And before this, sorry, I'm a little out of breath from running up and down the stairs.
No, you're good.
But before law school, I was a political consultant, largely in Virginia. And my claim to fame in that world was unseating the House Majority Leader Eric Cantor in 2014 in that large upset where he spent $12 million and we spent $200,000. So I feel like I have relevant legal training and some political chops as well to, have a substantive discussion on the matter.
Okay. And then just, I'm live streaming and all that, right?
Yep.
Cool.
We're good.
Okay. Okay. So I think apparently you heard my 14th Amendment takes. You were not happy and you wanted to chop shop, I guess, about the Supreme Court decision there.
Yeah. So what initially I had umbrage with was your statement that the Supreme Court had thrown out the 14th Amendment, specifically Section 3, in the Trump v. Anderson case.
Yeah.
I would say, I don't want to put words in your mouth. I only occasionally view your content, but I believe that's wrong-headed because the Supreme Court didn't make it a dead letter. The Supreme Court stated that there are adjudicatory methods that the Congress should pass if they want to do it. And there are also common law methods to deal with disqualified or unqualified individuals taking office, specifically a writ quo warranto. And so I believe that the Supreme Court was correct in stating that a state court was incompetent to adjudicate the federal concern there, specifically for the office of the president. And so my position is that the case was correctly decided. I wish they would have explained a little more clearly that a writ quo warranto would be the proper method to do that. Now, some might say there's no federal common law, and therefore the common law method of a writ quo warranto doesn't apply, but a writ of mandamus isn't specified in the Constitution either. And Marbury versus Madison, in part, was deciding that the federal courts had the authority to issue, that common law remedy. So, I'm curious whether you believe that whether you support those words that the Supreme Court threw out the 14th Amendment.
Yeah. So when you say, for instance, like a writ is required to enforce any of those, what part of the amendment are you reading to get that idea? Right. So what I would say is, and I don't have the text in front of me, but I know it almost verbatim. Sure. So it says that somebody is disqualified if engaged in insurrection, et cetera, give comfort to those who support it, et cetera. And so, like almost every other provision of the Constitution, that pronouncement of law does not by itself and cannot by itself substantively produce an effect. Wait. What law, or what are we talking about there? I'm sorry, I'm talking about the 14th Amendment. Yeah, but you said something about law, like implying that the Section 3 is talking about like the like adjudication of whether or not somebody committed a crime or something like that. Sure. So in order for the constitutional bar to apply, there has to be some judicial method of testing whether someone has done the acts that preclude them from holding office. Is there any other qualification listed in the Constitution or any other amendments that requires that adjudication process? Well, you could point to, well, I'm sorry, ask that again. I'm sorry. Like, do we have to go to court to prove somebody's age, or that like that's a required thing that has to happen in order to, or can a state just say you're not qualified? Like, doesn't every state have a right to figure out what their procedure is for whether or not somebody ought to be on a ballot or not? So I don't disagree with, well, I think what's going to happen is you're going to find that I hold a different view on this. I believe that the age and natural born status and all that would require a writ quo warranto or some other method to determine whether that fact that would disqualify them is true. But traditionally it hasn't, though, right? You can be kicked off a ballot by, like, I don't think you go to court to say that, like, if I were to try to run as a 10-year-old, I think the state just wouldn't put me on the ballot by whether it's their Secretary of State, whoever's in charge of their things, right? Like, and if there was a process there, it would be up to the state to do their procedure. Like you just mentioned adjudication, that's what Colorado did, right? So I actually, for example, I think Cenk Uygur shouldn't have been kicked off the ballot by the states. I think there should have been some sort of adjudication to determine whether he was qualified. That might put me in a minority position here. Sure. But, and while that's true, though, but very careful, adjudication by whom? I believe it has to be a federal court of competent jurisdiction. I don't think that the state courts are competent to qualify or disqualify a federal office holder on those on a constitutional level. That would be why, though? Because isn't a state basically allowed to do that? Like the whole process belongs to the state unless a particular statute has been passed by Congress saying otherwise, right? Right. So you're talking about the time, manner, place of the election, right? And so time, manner, and place, I believe that I'd ask you where in that language you find that they have any power to determine qualification of the candidate per se, other than, and quite frankly, I'm in the minority here. I was going to challenge some of New York's laws on this because I don't think that some of these, I don't think the states have the power to disqualify candidates like this. However,
the time and the manner of the election is a question that's wholly distinct from whether someone can assume the office. And
sure,
so
but
a lot
other
of states
constitutional
clean it up.
qualifications, none of these other constitutional qualifications ever are adjudicated on some federal level. All of them are just relying on the state processes to figure out if somebody is qualified or not, according to language in the Constitution, right?
Well, not according to language in the Constitution. My understanding is, and I wish I had a little bit more time to brush up. You responded very quickly, and I give you kudos for that.
Mm-hmm.
So my understanding is that there is one case on point about maybe it was age or something like that. But generally speaking, the practice has been to allow the states to do this. However, a practice, no matter how long it's been going on or anything like that, doesn't necessarily mean that it is definitively constitutional law. And so, well, I mean, there's an argument on that too. But the point is that this is the first time that the Supreme Court has had the chance to answer questions related to disqualification pursuant to this or any other clause. I could be mistaken, but I researched this quite a bit over the summer. I just
Well, but I mean, like, didn't other, like, after the Civil War, like, I think that there were federal congressional offices that states enforcing Section 3 didn't allow people to run for that particular office. Like, I don't think that.
But they had the 1870 the act that was the enforcement legislation for that provision. I think it
wait. Wasn't that an act? That act, I thought that was as per Section 5. I thought that was remedying the injury that allowed those people to run. No? Like, I think that in the 14th Amendment, Section 5, or no, I'm sorry, actually. I think it was actually Section 3 itself might have said that in order to remedy this injury, the Congress can pass something to allow somebody to run for office or whatever.
Yes. So I think and I don't have the text in front of me, so forgive me, but I'm pretty sure that Section 5 says that, and Congress shall have the power, I think that, and those are the first few amendments that actually had that language in it.
Sure. But that Section 5 argument that I think Roberts uses is a dog shit argument because we didn't need Section 5 to enforce Section 1, right? Every single part of the Constitution is, in effect, law. We don't need an act from Congress unless it specifically says it's not law without an act from Congress to enforce it. And I believe that Brown v. Board was overturned because of the 14th Amendment, because of Section 1, and there was no law that needed to be passed to bring Section 1 into effect on a federal level for the Supreme Court to make that decision.
I'm sorry. I tend to talk fast too. Do you mind saying that a little bit slow? Because there are a few parts I want to unpack.
Sorry, when you bring up the requirement of a law part, that's the challenge to Section 3, that it's not self-executing. And then there was this weird fiction created that parts of the Constitution aren't self... wait, what did I just say? It's not self-actuating.
Executing.
Yeah, that for some reason they aren't self-executing. But I mean, if the Constitution says this thing shall be, then it is. It's the Constitution. And Section 1 of the 14th Amendment, right, didn't require a law from Congress in order to have, like Brown v. Board of Education come out. So why would we assume that Section 3 would require a law from Congress? Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't believe that's the case. I think that we already have a long-established common law method to deal with this unqualified candidates from assuming their office, and that's the writ quo warranto. And so the way that works is a district court, federal district court, I think seated in D.C., has the power to issue a writ quo warranto upon sufficient evidence to remove somebody from an office that they have assumed that they are not qualified for.
I just don't know why we don't need that for any other qualification listed out in the, and you've got the time, manner, place. Yeah, so I don't know why we would assume it to be the case here.
So how do we determine whether whether somebody has engaged in insurrections and is disqualified, therefore pursuant to that amendment? What is your method of determining that?
So that's a challenging question. And if the Supreme Court justices were breathing, constitutional, progressive, crazy people that the conservatives always claim that the lefties and the progressives are, then maybe that would be a good reason to throw out this decision. And that was part of it. I believe they said a patchwork of regulation or a patchwork of enforcement is what would make this bad. But the reality is how you would determine that. It would be determined at the state level, the same way that they enforce every single other qualification. Now, would it be challenging or difficult? Maybe, but then is that the conservative originalist argument that if a part of the Constitution is difficult to enforce, that we throw it out? Or
no, I think that we're having a semantic incongruence here. And so the qualification for office, I believe, is very different than somebody qualifying to be on the ballot for that office.
Is this a distinction that's made, though?
Well, we're getting outside of the decision, and we're getting more into like legal and constitutional theory here.
Well, sure, but this is where we should be. But I'm saying that, like, is there any state that would allow you to run? Like, I'm sorry, I would have to go back and check. Like, if I were to look up the age thing, the citizenship thing, and the naturalized citizen, or I'm sorry, and then the you can't be president for more than 2 terms. Do these specifically say they shall not be listed on a primary ballot?
Well, okay, so this is the big problem here.
Okay.
When we vote for president, there is no actual vote for that person to take office. There's a mediating body there. And so in theory, the way that it's supposed to work is you're voting for electors, and you're not even I'm against having bound electors and electors distributed according to,
that's
whatever.
fine, but also to be clear, that's not in theory. That is what's happening, right? And keep in mind that the same people that were arguing about this Supreme Court case and that the federal Congress should have jurisdiction over these matters was also arguing for the independent state legislature theory, which makes these state legislatures even more powerful than they actually are, who are in charge of like picking the electors that you're voting for voting for president. So I mean, like the time, manner, and place clause, I mean, it seems plainly obvious to me, and it seems to be in the historical precedent of the U.S. that all of these restrictions on who can be on the ballot are enforced by the states, and we would expect them to do that, yeah?
So I see what you're saying. I think there are a couple differences here. So let's pull this apart.
Sure.
So, for example, we have in Virginia, to be on the ballot in Congress in a primary, you have to get 750 or 1,000 signatures to qualify for the ballot. And so that's ballot access.
Yep.
But on the other hand, you have...
Which, to be clear, just to be clear on that, that's requiring access to the ballot for 1,000 signatures for a federal office that is not authorized by congressional statute nor the Constitution. So that's precedence for a state determining how a person goes on a ballot, right? Yep.
Right. I agree with you that functionally is how it is. I do not think that you can add, this is personal opinion, and I don't know how well fleshed out it is legally in the case law, but personally, I think that there's a problem with that constitutionally because it places a qualification, and I don't like using the word qualification because qualifying for the ballot and being a qualified office holder are 2 different things, but they kind of get melded together procedurally because of the way we do it.
Yep.
So in terms of excluding Trump from the ballot, I do not believe that a state can determine that they have a 14th Amendment disqualification. Now, whether they choose to put him on the ballot, 1,000 votes, whatever, that's a different battle. The main question is, who has the capacity to determine, let's put aside getting on the ballot entirely.
Okay.
Right? Because it muddies the question. In terms of, in terms of somebody being qualified or disqualified, like flipping a switch, how is that person assuming that office to be adjudicated? Forget all of the previous steps in the Electoral College.
In whatever manner the state sees fit.
No. Forget the ballot part entirely. So is person A qualified to assume the office of president? And that's the only question on the table. Yay or nay? How is that determination made?
I mean, right now it could be made during, it could be made on January 6th when people are deciding whether or not they want to contest, I guess, the certification of a particular vote. I guess it could be made on January 20th. The Congress could impeach if they decide that this person is not a valid office holder.
They couldn't. That's not a high crime or misdemeanor, but You're thinking through it.
I don't
and
think
that's
that high
fine.
crimes and misdemeanors are clearly defined in any part of the Constitution. So I don't know if lying in a deposition about oral sex with Monica Lewinsky is a high crime or misdemeanor as well. I don't know but yeah. So I mean, like there are parts of the procedure where maybe the Congress could step in. However, again, while this is an interesting conversation, and I think there's a lot to be talked about here, fundamentally it doesn't matter, right? Like the Congress, like there could be a constitutional amendment that says, in order for the president to be elected, you know, he shall be able to bench press 100 pounds, right? And maybe there's a huge debate over, or like 135, and there's a huge debate over like, do you count one plate or two plates when you're adding up the weight? And that might be a general contention, who knows? But what's in the Constitution is in it, and as long as the text is plain and the text is clear, which it is here, then the enforcement mechanisms and procedures is a separate question entirely. Like if the argument is like, it's difficult to enforce this, we need to figure out how, that's fine. But it's never, especially the job of the Supreme Court, to say it's difficult to enforce this because it's a patchwork, therefore let's throw it out, right? You would agree that would be a
But that's
bad-
not what they. That's
That is
not
what they said.
though.
Yeah, of course it is what they said. Yeah.
No, what did they say? They said that this is not the method to do it. I think they advised the Congress to pass legislation to enforce it, but they didn't throw it out. That is still a constitutional bar.
It says, I mean, this isn't the, in the opinion, the result could well be that a single candidate would be declared ineligible in some states, but not others, based on the same conduct and perhaps even the same factual record. The patchwork that would likely result from state enforcement would sever the direct link that the framers found so critical between the national government and the people of the United States as a whole. That's not an argument. It's basically just saying like it'd be sloppy, so we're going to just toss it out. That's an insane thing to say, in my opinion, when the text is clear. Now, if the text is unclear, then you move on to things like historical precedent, or how has it been seen traditionally, or what was the intention at the time. And there's three things I forgot. I'm sure you remember better than I do. But like when the text is clear and unambiguous, then the text is clear and unambiguous.
Right. So, but see, there's a problem here. And that is what is the mechanism to determine I guess the main question is, did person A engage in insurrection? Did they engage in insurrection? And so the ballot-based patchwork,
The question that you have is, you understand though, this is a question of procedure, not a question of constitutional law, right? There's a separate question.
Correct. Yeah. No.
Yes.
This is not a substantive. Well,
but if this is a procedural question, then you've already granted me the entire constitutional argument. Now it's just a question of procedure. Perhaps states should pass laws for it. Perhaps the Congress can pass laws for it to streamline the process. But we're past the constitutional amendment now. We can't just say that because it'd be difficult procedurally, we'd throw out the amendment, which is what happened, right?
But no, that's not. I strongly disagree with you. They did not say that the 14th Amendment is null, void, and of no force or effect or anything like that. They said that this state cannot disqualify unilaterally on constitutional grounds this person.
Which is in contradiction to every other disqualification part of the Constitution, though.
And again, this is so I think that there's more to be pulled, threads to be pulled here.
Sure, you can think that, but like precedent-wise, there's nothing that can be your opinion, but there's no precedence in the United States for requiring federal government intervention to be listed on a ballot. It's just not the case, right? You can go forward to like the language of the 22nd Amendment is exactly the same, right? No person shall be elected to the office of president more than twice, right? So can they be listed on the ballots for presidency? I agree there's like a little bit of procedural maybe confusion there. Like, can you be listed on a ballot but not qualify for president? But like historically, we've never thought that like, well, maybe somebody could be listed on the ballot and it's the federal Congress that has to remove them from the ballot. That's just not the case. We don't need an enforcement mechanism. Like all language in the Constitution is self-executing unless we're led to believe otherwise. Like there's just no legal argument against us other than it feels bad.
Yeah, but has that been tested yet at the Supreme Court level, at a constitutional level? And I think this is the first time that such question has been answered by the federal court. So just because the federal courts haven't adjudicated it before doesn't mean that this first blush adjudication is invalid or incorrect just because it stands in opposition to practice and history.
Yeah, I never said it was incorrect, though, because it stands in opposition to practice history. I said it was incorrect because it is contrary to the clear and unambiguous text given to us by the Section 3 of the Constitution.
If Section 3 said that no person who has engaged in insurrection, etc., shall appear on a ballot, for this office or for federal office or whatever, I would agree with you wholeheartedly.
Wait, but that's not our disagreement. Our disagreement isn't whether they can appear on the ballot. The disagreement that was listed in the Supreme Court case was whether or not a state can keep somebody from the ballot based on this, what they call a federal exception, right?
Okay. Right. And so, again, I think that we're getting into muddy territory on...
Wait.
on
You
this.
say muddy territory. None of this is muddy. None of this is muddy at all, to be clear, right? We can say that there's a disagreement versus like, are you on a ballot versus can you be elected? That can be a thing, but that's not related at all to this. Where a disagreement is not whether you can be listed on a ballot or not. It's can the state enforce Section 3 of the 14th Amendment? The Supreme Court has said no, and that seems to be unique to every single provision that would prevent somebody from appearing on a ballot or being elected to office, even when the language is identical, like it is in the 22nd Amendment.
All right. So again, I am standing in opposition to a long-standing history of the way that these have been adjudicated, such as age, for example. However, I would say that if you narrow it down to the most important, the most acute substantive issue, the question is this person qualified to assume and hold that office?
Yeah.
Which is a slightly different question than, is this person allowed to go through the process to then assume that office?
Sure.
Right. And so we're dealing with this lower level thing here, but the Constitution doesn't speak to qualification for a ballot. It speaks to holding the office itself.
Yeah, but wait, do you believe this?
What do you mean?
What you just said. Do you think that that's how it ought to be interpreted? My next question is going to be, do you think then that a state can list anybody that they want on the ballot because the enforcement shouldn't happen until the Congress goes to certify the candidate? So if I want to list people that are underage, under the age of 35, if I want to list people that are were president twice before, if I want to list people who are non-citizens, should states have the ability to do that? Because you're saying that it can't even be enforced because it only speaks to whether the person can hold office, not to whether they could be on a ballot?
I personally, I do.
And do you think, but now the important question is, do you think the Supreme Court, who said that this would create a patchwork of enforcement, would they agree with that?
Would they agree with that? I don't know. To be honest, this has not been brought to them. And I do think that if they start to pull at the thread of this and examine the relationship between constitutional qualifications to hold office versus appearing on the office, we might have a different result, because the way that our electoral system has evolved in the past 220 some years, we've developed a bunch of procedures that might not square neatly with the language of the Constitution.
I don't feel like that's true. I think that everything scores away pretty easily. Like, what do you think what do you think is unsolved for by?
So there can be no qualification on holding office other than those that are constitutionally listed.
Is that
right?
Wait, is that true?
Yes.
On holding office, but not on appearing on a ballot for holding office, or?
Right. No, so you cannot add to the qualifications or subtract from the qualifications for holding office different than those that appear in the Constitution. So, for example, it would be illegal for a state to say you have to have red hair and a beard to be a qualified candidate for Congress. That's unconstitutional. And so I actually would extend that same logic to say that requiring signatures or whatever other things that each individual state might impose, that's a problem there. But that's a separate question from, is that person qualified to hold the office under a federal and constitutional analysis?
Doesn't this violate, though, the states being allowed to determine how they hold their election?
How they hold the election, not who is. The states are making a preemptive determination on age and that sort of thing pursuant to the Constitution, but they're also making a secondary qualification on holding that office, i.e. you have to get 1,200 signatures from somebody to be elected to that office. And so I think there is a problem there. Now, it's never been tested in the courts. It's certainly never been tested at the Supreme Court level, but you cannot add qualifications beyond those that are in the Constitution for that office. The Congress can't pass a law saying you have to weigh 235 pounds or bench press 135. They can't add those qualifications. So I do think there is.
Is there a way? What is it? What part are we referencing here when we say like a state can't add qualifications or whatever? Or
I mean, it's just a predicate of constitutional law. You cannot add qualifications on holding a constitutionally created office beyond those that exist in the Constitution.
Okay, I'm not sure. I don't know how that would play out because, like, if a state wanted to, a state could literally just not hold elections. No, like a state could literally, because as we've said, it's really the electors of a state that vote, right? The state could just say we're not actually holding an election at all, and the electors can, like, an elector can probably just do a write-in candidate if he wants, or the state legislatures can just dictate to the electors. Actually, I don't know if that would violate the Constitution if the state legislature could dictate to the electors who the electors vote for, but.
So, I'm sorry, ask the question again. I had a few thoughts that got tangled.
I guess I don't, like, states don't even have to technically hold elections inside their state, right? They really just have electors that vote for people. The states were just decided to hold elections to tell the electors who to vote for, but.
Yep.
Yeah, so I don't know, this idea that, like, I know that there are some qualifications that you wouldn't be able to put for president that would fail under, like, equal protections. Like, you couldn't say no black people on the ballot or no white people on the ballot or something. But I don't see how any part of this argument is, I guess, like, backing up, like, all of these things that are enforced at the state level, all of these things come from the Constitution. So I don't know why Section 3 is so much different. But you're saying that you feel if it was adjudicated that it would all be ruled differently.
I think that if somebody said black people couldn't, be a congressperson, that would fail on a number of constitutional grounds, equal protection, et cetera. But it would also be adding a qualification for the office that doesn't exist in the constitutionally created office in the Constitution. And it would fail on those grounds.
Oh, sure. Okay. Yeah. But Section 3, I mean, it's part of the Constitution, right?
Right. Yeah.
So why wouldn't you be able to just exclude somebody based on what's in the Constitution?
Again, so we're mixing the qualification to hold the office and the qualification for the ballot, and I think that we have to keep those two things separate in our minds.
Well, if you want to keep them separate, we can keep them separate, but those things are fundamentally different. Like, that's a fundamentally different discussion. I think, for all intents and purposes, I think that we agree, or I think that people agree that, like, whether you can appear on the ballot is going to be congruent with whether you can hold office, right? Like, I don't think any state is going to list somebody on a ballot who can't hold office because of some provision in the Constitution.
See, I just disagree with it. Let's come up with a hypothetical and just indulge me in it if you would.
Sure.
So let's say somebody has forged a birth certificate and is actually 24, and they present to the state, their certification that's notarized that they're 25, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That person is not qualified to hold that office, but they have managed to qualify for the ballot.
Okay.
Now, if they get elected to that office and they have the disqualification constitutionally, that they are still not qualified to hold that office. And so the remedy would be that they are removed via writ quo warranto.
Removed how?
A writ quo warranto. That is a common law writ by the federal court of competent jurisdiction, probably the DC district court.
Sure. I don't know if this is 100%. I don't know 100% how this relates to it, but if I follow you on this, like, issuing that, so you're saying the federal government would have the authority to issue that, but after what process? That would have to be adjudicated, I imagine, right?
There would be some sort of court case. I don't know what the exact cause of action would be.
Now we're back on, well, the cause of action would be that it was violative of this part of the Constitution, right? But this writ quo warranto would only come after adjudication, I imagine, at a federal court. But now we're back on process and procedure again, right? Which, if you want to, again, I'm sympathetic to the idea that the process or the procedure is difficult, but that's the question of how do we enforce it, not should it be enforced, right? How do we enforce a thing versus should a thing be enforced are two fundamentally separate questions. I think the Supreme Court did this too, and I feel like it's happening here, where we're confusing the how do we enforce this, and it's confusing, therefore we shouldn't enforce it, which I think is unconstitutional, right?
See, I fundamentally disagree with you with your statement that the Supreme Court said that the 14th Amendment, Section 3 cannot be enforced.
Well, no,
That
hold
is
on.
not
That
what they
statement,
said.
sure, that statement is not true. That is not what they said. That's a hyperbolic statement I made. What they
Okay.
said was that they required a law from Congress in order to enforce it, which is adding language to the amendment, which I think is not. I think that's not okay. I think
Can
they
you,
said.
can you provide me with the page number of that? I want to see exactly how they phrase that.
Hold on, let me. So I think I'm starting at around page 10. Instead, it is Congress that has long given effect to Section 3 with respect to would-be or existing federal office holders. Shortly after ratification of the amendment, Congress enacted the Enforcement Act of 1870. That act authorized federal district attorneys to bring civil actions in federal court to remove anyone holding non-legislative office, federal or state, in violation of Section 3, and made holding or attempting to hold office in violation of Section 3 a federal crime. In the years following ratification, the House and Senate exercised their unique powers under Article 1 to adjudicate challenges contending that certain prospective or sitting members could not take or retain their seats due to Section 3. And the Confiscation Act of 1862, which predated Section 3, effectively provided an additional procedure for enforcing disqualification. That law made engaging in insurrection or rebellion, among other acts, a federal crime punishable by disqualification from holding office under the United States. So this is giving examples of how the Congress has used laws to enforce Section 3 in the past.
Right. They're going to have an operative statement. And I'm looking for that. And I'm saving you some breath here from reading their, pedantic nonsense. Okay. More of a permitting. Okay. Because it limits congressional. Section 5 limits because to comply with it. Okay. We're almost there.
The final
content. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. No, it's great content. We're doing all this reading bullshit. So if you look at the last paragraph of the opinion, all 9 members of the court agree with that result. Our colleagues, writing separately, further agree with many of the reasons this opinion provides for reaching it. So far as we can tell, they object only to our taking into account the distinctive way Section 3 works and the fact that Section 5 vests in Congress the power to enforce it. These are not the only reasons the states lack power to enforce this particular constitutional provision with respect to federal offices, but they are important ones, and it is the combination of all the reasons set forth in this opinion, not as some of our colleagues would have it, just one particular rationale that resolves this case. So they're saying that only the Congress can pass laws, basically doing something.
Right. So what they're saying, they did not say that the 14th Amendment cannot be enforced. They're saying that state courts and the state governments are not competent to enforce this disqualification.
Does competent mean something different legally here? Or when you say competent, do you just mean like jurisdictionally?
Jurisdiction. Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah. I try not to speak in legalese, but sometimes it sneaks out.
That's fine. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That might be what they're saying. And I agree that that's what they're saying. I think I said that's what they were saying. But then my issue is we don't feel this way with any other constitutional requirement to be listed on a ballot for president.
See, I mean, and I did we say that last bit one more time? I'm sorry.
No other constitutional requirement is treated the same way. This one is being treated uniquely compared to every other constitutional requirement to be president of the United States.
Okay. Right. So I don't necessarily disagree with you on that. I think that there's a qualitative reason for that. And so again, I have a problem with states doing the preemptive work to disqualify somebody from the ballot on the grounds that they're disqualified federally. And I think that if
that's what every single state does with every single qualification.
I'm not disagreeing with you. And I think, let me ask you this, would you disagree that if we follow their logic all the way to the end, that the state doesn't have the power to keep somebody off the ballot if they're 21?
Correct.
Right. Okay. Right. So we're in agreement there. And I
don't think the Supreme Court would say that if it were to come to, if somebody were to run for president who's 30 and a state was like, well, we're not listing you on the ballot, and they were to challenge this up to the Supreme Court, I don't even think they'd take the case. They would just laugh at it and hand wave it.
I don't disagree with you.
Well, but then
I
it's
don't disagree
hypocritical.
with
Then they're not applying the law fairly and evenly, like a Supreme Court judge probably ought to. No.
If I were the Chief Justice, I would say we got to take this case. But I don't disagree with you that functionally that's the way that it would be, the outcome would be. But I think that we have to get back to your claim was that I think you said threw out the 14th Amendment.
Yeah.
Section 3. And
Sure.
I don't find that in here.
Yeah, they didn't throw it out. I'm being hyperbolic when I say that. They didn't necessarily throw it out. But they have basically made it separate from the way that every other constitutional requirement has been enforced when it comes to keeping someone on the ballot. So in effect, they've thrown it out because there's never going to be a Congress that's going to pass legislation to keep like a particular candidate off the ballot. So in effect, it's basically defunct now.
I disagree with you. If it came out that somebody was actually 32 or, let's say 27 and a senator, there would be a writ quo warranto issued and that person would be removed from office.
Issued by who?
There would be I assume it's the district court.
Oh, wait, you're saying if they've already been elected
assumed
to
office, yes.
Sure,
so
but wait, but we're not talking about that at all. That's no question for anything. That's once they've already passed all of these qualifications, right? We're talking about to be listed.
So I disagree with you. You're calling, I guess, I assume you're saying being elected to that office counts as a qualification for that office in that.
No, I'm saying we're doing. Okay, this happens a lot. I don't know why this is happening. You're getting hung up on process and procedure. I have no issue. We can talk process and procedure. That's fundamentally different than the law. They've changed the law because they think that the procedure is difficult. That's what's happening. But now when you're talking to me about like how would you get rid of somebody who didn't qualify for an office, well, there's a number of ways we could imagine them. And yeah, issuing a warrant from a court could be a way to do it. Maybe there's a subcommittee in the House or the Senate that does it, or maybe there's some order or whatever. Maybe but that's not an interesting question. It's not an important question, and it's not it's not the question of the law, which is what this question was supposed to address, right?
See, I think that maybe we're talking past each other on this. I think that let's forget all procedure. And again, back to the light switch. Is this person qualified to hold office or not? Mm-hmm. What is the method to determine simply qualification under the Constitution, irrespective of elections?
None of that is listed in the Constitution. So the assumption would be that it's left up to the states. Absent.
No.
Why?
No.
We literally have a federal government of enumerated powers or whatever. Or no?
No, because if somebody is disqualified from being in that office, does Colorado have the right to send a federal agent a state agent to Congress and tell them to leave?
No. But you're talking once they've been elected and have assumed office. Once they've assumed office, it's out of obviously the jurisdiction of a state. But we're talking about access to a ballot and to be elected by the state. Like, how can they keep somebody off of a ballot, right?
Right. And so I think I can tie this all together here. I don't like doing it, but we're going to do it just for the purposes of having a good substantive discussion, which, by the way, this is meant, and I appreciate it. Mm-hmm. So the disqualification for the office, so this is the office part. Here's the constitutional question. They're saying you do not meet this criteria here, so we're severing your ability to access the rest of this to get there.
Correct.
And so the question is, does the state court have the capacity to answer this question up here that empowers them to sever the rest of the connection between that person and the office? Does the state have the power to unilaterally determine that this person is disqualified on a constitutional ground, thereby enabling the state to come in and sever the electoral connection?
Yeah. And actually, we can think of this very simply. Not only do they, because they do for every other thing, if they didn't, you would effectively be saying that the states don't have the power to enforce any access to the ballot as far as the Constitution is listed, because then at this point, you're basically saying that the only remedy for this situation is adjudication in a federal court once the person has been elected to office. Isn't that like the alternative to what you're suggesting? If you're saying that a state can never control ballot access, well, then what do they control? Does that mean that you necessarily... So let's say that somebody, let's say Obama wants to run for president again. By your logic, states are required to place him on the ballot, and the only remedy we would have is once he assumes office, then the federal courts can do something about it, which is... And I mean, like, the federal courts are under the president, right? So that's already a very actually, yeah, that's self-defeating. That wouldn't even be possible, right? So,
well, I mean, obviously Trump has appointed his judges, etc. But I mean, I get what you're saying. It's messy.
no, not judges, because the judges would have no say in this, right?
Yes, they would.
Why?
They would have a say in adjudicating the claim as to whether
Adjudicating the claim. Wait, adjudicating the claim. Yes, but who's bringing the claim? It's federal standing, so it'd have to be a federal court. It'd have to be a federal prosecutor, which exists as part of the Department of Justice, which is under the executive branch. So you'd be relying on the president's Department of Justice bringing this claim to a federal court against himself. No,
this would be civil, not criminal. So if it was criminal, if for whatever reason holding office that you weren't allowed to hold was criminal, then yes, it'd be a prosecutor.
How would it be civil?
DOJ.
Who would have standing for a civil case of this?
And so it would probably be the losing candidate or something would have standing. I think that the federal standing rules are problematic too, but that's another discussion entirely. So it would probably be the candidate who lost the election
would have standing to bring a constitutional challenge to a person being on a ballot.
Not on the ballot, assuming the office.
Assuming the office. I don't know what individual. I don't know. I mean, obviously, this is all like hypothetical, untested law, but I don't know why they would have standing to bring that case. It's not like.
Because the federal, I dislike the federal standing rules. It causes a whole lot of other corollary problems other than this one that we're discussing right now. But let's just assume that by statute, the losing candidate has the right to challenge.
Well, sure, but now we've assumed away the hard part. Obviously, if Congress passed a law for something, then sure. Backing up from all of this, it seems like the obvious answer is just you have to control access to the ballot because that's the only way. Like here's an example. Let's say that I'm 34 and I run for president and I lied on my thing, and then I get elected president, and now I'm 35 and somebody wants to challenge me being in office. Why? I'm qualified. I am 35 years old now, right?
So ask that again. I'm sorry, I was thinking.
Yeah, let's say that I turn 35 while I'm in office, and now I am qualified to hold office. So now you can't remove me from office because I know that my birth.
It'd be moot at that point. Once you turn 25, there'd be no adjudicable issue.
Yeah, but like this is obviously kind of nonsensy, right? Like this wouldn't work in practice, right? Because now we'd be encouraging people to try to run for office and get there just so that they could be president and then either outlast whatever the qualifying things are, whatever. Like.
And so, look, I mean, I love the Constitution, but I don't think that it's infallible down to the last detail.
We're not saying it's infallible down to the last detail. This is very clear and plain and obvious. I feel like this is only complicated because we're making it complicated because we wanted Trump to be on the ballot, right? Otherwise, I think this is like pretty clear and unambiguous. Nobody looks at the 22nd Amendment and thinks like, well, it says no person shall be elected to the office. It doesn't say anything about that being on the ballot, so we can have them on the ballot and then they get elected, and then it's up to Congress to address.
Does it say elected or hold? I don't know. I'm not trying to be difficult.
No, sure. It says no person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice, and no person who has held the office of president or acted for more than 2 terms to which some of the shall be elected to the office.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't being difficult, but the language made a difference, but it doesn't matter because I was wrong. So I don't disagree with you that kind of the consequences of following this train of logic to its natural conclusion results in a mess. I don't disagree with you on that. I think that that's a function of the way that the Constitution, et cetera, is written, and states have power to do the not the time. I don't even think they have the time, but it's the manner in which their elections are held. And so to read into that empowerment of the states that they have the power to exclude the president from the ballot when the president isn't even on the ballot. Nobody has ever voted for Donald Trump or Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. Do we agree on that?
No person has?
No person in the history of the United States.
I'm going to disagree with you incredibly semantically, and I will say, yes, they have, because the electors are people. But I understand what you're saying, yes.
Right. And so, in theory, the person to assume the office of the president isn't even on the ballot.
Sure.
Nobody has ever.
They're not on the ballot for the citizens of a state, right? They are on the ballot for the electors, though. Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And so maybe there's something where the court says that the electors can't vote for this person because they're disqualified. But I think that we've got ourselves into a big mess in terms of practice, as you keep referring to. Well, the practice is if they're not old enough, they don't get on the ballot. The state determines that. We have a big problem with practice that's built up over the years because we all of a sudden assume that the president, we vote for president when nobody has ever actually cast a vote that in a substantive way for anybody for
what
president.
else? Like, what else has this ever resulted in a problem in, though? Like, I don't see all these problems resulting from this. It feels like people are just mad here because they wanted Trump to be on the ballot.
Well, I don't want Trump on the ballot. I want the electors to be on the ballot. And
No,
the other,
I'm saying on the electors' ballot. That's the only reason why this is a problem. Otherwise, I don't see all these issues where people are like, oh, God, can we really exclude somebody from the ballot because they're 30 years old? California didn't have an issue doing it with Cenk, as you pointed out. I'm sure other people have been excluded from ballots for a number of reasons. But like, this just wasn't a problem for anybody else ever. Like, it seems like, well, you're saying that this is a huge problem because of all of these issues. I don't think it was a problem until it affected Trump, and now it's a problem.
No, I hear you. I'll even cede that side of the argument that it has only been brought to the fore in this context because Trump as a human being and Trump as a candidate for president. I don't disagree with you. This is a unique iteration of this. Now, let's assume, if somebody was 30 and everybody wanted them to be president, would we have a similar issue? I mean, maybe.
I don't think we would have an issue. I think that what would happen is I think they would be disallowed from the ballot. They could try to challenge that up through federal courts, and they would probably say like, well, no, it's the state legislatures that have the ability to choose the time, manner, and place and how they hold elections, and that includes access to their ballots, as long as they're not making additional requirements that aren't found in the Constitution, as per that Supreme Court case. And then they would just say like, no, we don't need, like, there's no federal adjudication needed here. This is up to the states to decide. They've decided fairly, and you're done.
I mean, so if we move this out of the president, let's just talk about Congress, because you actually directly vote for Congress, et cetera. So we move it out of the federal courts. So again, and maybe this isn't a discussion where we can come to a resolution on, or even find an acute disagreement, because I actually believe that the Supreme Court's logic ought to be followed all the way through to the end, which is that any determination that any person cannot hold that office and thereby precluding them from being on the ballot ought to be a federally determined question by a federal court of competent jurisdiction.
So every single time somebody wants to be listed on a ballot that would contradict the constitutional requirements, you think that should require federal adjudication?
If a state is going to keep them off of the ballot, there should be some mechanism that is federally determined, because this is a federal office, and there's some hearing or something, and it's show your birth certificate, whatever, and bang, gavel, yay or nay, the switch is flipped. There has to be a federal court to determine whether that person is.
Oh, sure. I don't disagree. But again, we're asking a slightly different question here, because the job of the federal court at that point, even though it seems similar, I think is quite different. If you were to be disallowed from the ballot because you're 30 years old in the state of Florida, and you challenged that to a federal court, or you challenged it up to a federal court, and the federal court looked at that, I think that they maybe should adjudicate it there. But the federal court is not saying that we affirm that you are indeed 30 years old and now you're kept off the ballot. What they're really saying is that the state has the determination to make this decision. The state has determined that you're 30 and now you're kept off the ballot. All they would do is make sure basically that the state has followed the process that the state has, and they haven't violated their own Supreme Court or their own state constitutions or laws. And as long as they followed their process, then they'd be kept off the ballot. But it wouldn't be like the federal court taking over the issue and changing it into them making the decision. It would just be them affirming that the state has followed their own state constitutions and courts. So even though it seems like they're ruling on the same issue, it's a different matter of like what the court is ruling on exactly, I think.
All right. So look, I think that we've I think that we actually agree on perhaps more than we might appear at first blush. Do you want to get into engaged in insurrection? Because I also vehemently disagree with you on this.
Sure, if you want to, sure. And so far as like Section 3 is concerned, or just like the concept of it?
I'm the facts on the ground. Do Trump's actions qualify as engaging in insurrection?
What do you mean when you say engaging in insurrection?
Well, that good question. So, is what Trump did in the lead up to January 6th? Do those actions qualify as engaging in insurrection for the purposes of the 14th Amendment?
Yeah, I would say quite easily. Yeah.
Okay. And so my question to you is, what specific acts of Trump's qualify as engaging in insurrection?
I would probably just copy what the three things that the Colorado Supreme Court laid out in their argument for it.
Okay. And so, and so that gets into what is the definition of insurrection, right? And so
Sure.
There was that whole historical discussion. Again, I'm working off of memory at this point. But what of Trump's specific acts constitute engaging in insurrection?
Engaging in insurrection, well, the historical argument, funnily enough, is that engaging or supporting an insurrection is kind of like the same thing. Like, if you support an insurrection, you've essentially engaged in it. Now, whether or not that is the case, thankfully, the framers of the 14th Amendment don't have us guess at that, because they literally put that language in there where it's shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same, or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. And the historical examples for giving aid or comfort to enemies engaged in insurrection is quite extreme. I think the most extreme example listed in that, the Stokes and Paulson paper, are like, I think a guy gave a Confederate soldier or something like $20 before he went south to go and fight in the war, and that person had been considered as engaged in or given aid to the enemies of an insurrection. So, I mean, Donald Trump, like, making a speech where he riles everybody up could probably be seen as like giving aid or comfort to the enemies of. Tweeting out supportive messages while they were engaged, while the rioters were engaged in insurrection, could probably be seen as giving aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. Like, yeah. I would say these two things qualify like pretty easily. Yeah.
All right. So we're going to engage in a bit of a line drawing exercise. So random person attending the speech at the Trump speech, did that person engage in insurrection?
Random person there. If he was just at the speech and he wasn't part of the riot, then probably not.
Okay. And so somebody who was standing outside of the Capitol but not engaged in violence did not enter the Capitol, but part of the general crowd and fracas. Did they engage in insurrection?
I don't know. I'd have to know more about the individual. But it's also really important. You know this, right? It's very important are we talking about have engaged in like a crime, or like would we colloquially say have engaged in insurrection? Because these are two very different things, right? Like if I were to tell you that like you incited these people to go and harass me, or you incited these people to attack me, that's a lot different than like, did you engage in the crime of incitement, right? These, like, we would use one colloquially a lot differently than we'd use the actual crime of, right?
Fair enough. And I try to make everything in English, not legalese. So that's the general precept. So if you feel like I'm out of that, ask.
Yeah.
So
I'm just clarifying there. Yeah.
Right. So is the person who was near a melee, maybe even yelling stuff at the cops?
I would say, based on everything that happened there, I would say anybody that was in any of the restricted grounds, including the outside area, all had engaged in insurrection as a blanket statement. Yeah, pretty easily.
Okay. So if you're standing in a restricted area and did no other act, how does that qualify you as having engaged in insurrection?
Because you're there as part of a crowd to engage in violence or intimidation, and part of what you're doing is obstructing a federal proceeding. In this case, it was the certification of the vote.
So if you're standing in a restricted area, how is that obstructing an official proceeding?
Because you're a part of a crowd that is there with the intention to obstruct that proceeding, and you're part of a crowd engaging in intimidation.
So is any person that is unauthorized to be in a specific area while an official proceeding is going on, is that person obstructing or attempting to prevent the official act?
Probably not. But if they were marching down the street with a bunch of people chanting 1776, which is a reference to another famous insurrection, while also all screaming about how they were going to stop the certification of the vote, who was there because they were invited by Donald Trump for a historic protest to stop the vote, I would probably say that all of this speaks pretty easily to the intent to obstruct an official proceeding, which was the certification of the election. Yeah.
So if you're marching alongside somebody who is screaming about stopping the certification and they're intent on doing it, is the person who is walking alongside them perhaps not, obviously if you disagreed, you'd run away or whatever, or maybe say, hey, stop that, right? They didn't go that far. But if they're walking alongside because they think that there ought to be pressure on Pence or whoever to not certify the vote, is that person engaging in insurrection?
Yeah, I would say so, of course. Easily, yeah.
Is anybody who wanted to or took actions towards pressuring Pence to not certify the election engaging in an insurrection?
Engaging in an insurrection, anybody? No, probably not.
Okay.
It was the Paulson and Stokes have 4 things I think they list in their paper. I think the Colorado Supreme Court went with 3. I think one is being part of a crowd, I think, or the crowd might have been the 4th one that was left off. 2 is like either utilizing violence or the threat of intimidation. Utilize violence. I think 3rd is obstructing an official proceeding,
And-
some sort of federal proceeding.
And 4 is for a public purpose.
And then 4 might be for a public purpose. One of these, the Colorado Supreme Court dropped. But so like if you tweet out like Pence shouldn't certify the vote, right? You're missing a lot of the parts of that there. So yeah, or if you send like an angry letter to Pence and you're like, fuck you, like I'm gonna show up with some friends and beat you up or whatever. I don't think you're engaged in insurrection in that sense or something. Like, so there, you have to meet, these are all elements of a crime, right? They're all required. So for it to be considered insurrection, you would have to meet all of these elements, right?
Sure, and you need the mens rea, which is the intent. But right, and so you'd have to meet elements. But again, we're not talking about criminal prosecution here.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry. I'm just using
Yeah,
elements.
yeah.
But,
No,
but I'm
I
saying
mean,
you would need,
no,
you
you're
need to
fine.
hit all of these like points for it to be considered insurrection. Otherwise, it could just be considered a crime, or I shouldn't say crime. Sorry. It could be considered bad, or you're like bullying or intimidating or whatever. But intimidation on its own is not an insurrection. Obstructing a federal proceeding on its own is not an insurrection. Like if I run into a building and I pull a fire alarm to get them to all run away, maybe I've done bad things, maybe even criminal things, but I don't know if that would be an insurrection. There's no intimidation or violence part, right? You would need all of these things to be considered. Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm going to ask you something that seems almost out of left field, but I'm going to work backwards towards tying it back together. So was there a cognizable legal argument that Pence had the authority to not certify the electoral vote tally?
No.
Then why did Congress change the law to clarify the ambiguity?
Because they felt like they wanted to, but that's not necessary for me to know if there was a legal argument for it, because I can see the arguments that Eastman and Trump made for it, and the arguments they made for it all revolved around breaking the law. So if there were legal ways to do it, all of the arguments wouldn't revolve around breaking the law. Are you aware of any arguments that they put forth that didn't involve them breaking the law?
Well, see, the difference is there a legal ambiguity?
If there's a legal ambiguity, then you wouldn't speak to breaking the law, right? The ambiguity that they thought was a conflict between the law as written in the Constitution, which is a determination for the Supreme Court to make. But if you want to appeal to the Constitution and break a law, you're breaking a law. So you know you're committing an illegal act, right?
I don't disagree with you. So why did Congress change the law in response to January 6th?
I think they clarified some role of the vice president.
Right, they clarified. Do you clarify something that's clear, or do you clarify an ambiguity?
You could clarify an ambiguity, but that doesn't change the fact that they weren't abusing an ambiguity before. They were trying to break the law. They didn't say there's an ambiguity in the ECA that we think we can utilize to have Pence reject the election. They're saying this is where we break from the ECA. This is where we part from the ECA. This is where we appeal to the Constitution and break the law. And that was all of the plan. That's what they wanted to do, right?
Well, if a law says that if Congress passes a law that says we shall establish a religion, is that a valid law?
I mean, if it's passed by the Congress, yes, right?
Oh, really?
Yes.
Even though the Constitution says Congress shall pass no law respecting an establishment of religion, is that a valid law?
I mean, yeah, you would have to challenge it through the Supreme Court, and it would have to be struck down by the Supreme Court, right?
I completely fundamentally disagree with you.
Okay, so then are you telling me that a citizen is the one who's up who's able to make constitutional interpretations to determine what's legal or what's not legal?
Well, that's popular constitutionalism. I'm not getting into that.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, your statement is that the Electoral Certification Act created a potential conflict, and there was ambiguity that was clarified.
I don't think there was ambiguity. The Congress passed a law to clarify things because they felt like they wanted to, or whatever. But I think it was pointless. I don't think there was any ambiguity at all. And Eastman and Trump also, and Chesbrough, none of those guys thought there was ambiguity. They all understood that they were breaking the law. That was the clear and unambiguous language that they used in every single memo. We're going to break the law here.
Right. So what is superior to the law? Is there any body of anything that's superior to the law?
Like laws from Congress? I mean, the Constitution powers all three branches of government, right?
Right. So the Constitution is superior. And so is a law that is in conflict with the Constitution a valid law?
I mean, you're begging the question, who determines if it's in conflict with the Constitution? The Supreme Court, right?
That's a procedural question. I'm asking substantively, is a law that is in conflict with the Constitution a valid, enforceable law? In theory, not procedurally.
You're saying in theory, not procedurally, but now you're asking me about enforceable. I mean, enforcing is procedurally, right? If a law is invalid because, or I'm sorry, I mean, theoretically, but in just theory, if a law passed by the Congress violates the Constitution, then that law is not technically a good law or not a valid law. It should be struck down by the Supreme Court, right?
It should be struck down by the Supreme Court. Why should it be struck down?
Because the Supreme Court would look at that law and they would say that this is violative of the Constitution.
Right, and the Constitution is superior to the law.
Sure.
Right, and so is it your position that there was no ambiguity at all whatsoever between the Electoral College Act and the constitutional mandates?
Yes.
So you think there was no ambiguity at all?
Correct.
And so why did Congress pass a law to make it better fit the Constitution?
I don't know. Ask them. What part did they change that you felt was ambiguous before?
I don't know the exact specifics. I just know that
when I read through it, I think they changed a little bit, clarifying the VP's role, but I don't think there was any ambiguity at all. Also, neither did Eastman, neither did Trump, neither did Chesbrough. They didn't think there was ambiguity. That's why they all said they had to break the law. And that's why we've used this law for 150 years without any prior conflict. In fact, we are so confident that this law is so constitutional and so important that we shut down a recount in Florida in Bush v. Gore in order to maintain that safe harbor date for the December 15th electoral vote count. So I think that the entire United States felt like this law was pretty rock solid, and that's why it was followed basically to a T for 150 years. I don't think anybody thought this law was unconstitutional or vague or weird.
Well, then you've got a bone to pick with the Congress then.
Maybe, but that's a different question fundamentally, right?
Okay, well, so in your world, there was no ambiguity. However, in the eyes of the Congress, there was an ambiguity, and that ambiguity was clarified as you stated, correct?
Sure.
In the eyes of the Congress, right. And so whether or not you, Mr. Bonelli, have a conflict or not, I was hoping you would laugh at that reference to Finkelstein. That's okay. Just because you believe that there's no ambiguity, however, the lawmaking body has at least felt there was enough argument that there was an ambiguity to change the law to eliminate the potential ambiguity, correct?
Yeah, but I don't think there was an ambiguity, right? You can't state an ambiguity. I've never had anybody state where they thought it was ambiguous. And even if I were to grant you all of this, you said that you have a private practice? If I came to you and I said, hey, I think that this particular law, I think actually is violative of the Constitution. Can you help me how to break this law? What would you tell that client?
Have you ever heard of Rosa Parks?
Sure.
What did Rosa Parks do?
Broke a law?
Uh-huh.
Okay. You understand the difference, right?
I'm not.
Do you know what the crime fraud exception is, right? So there's a huge difference between you as my lawyer advising me on how to break a law versus me getting you as a defending party, as a defense lawyer after I've broken a law, right? That's a huge difference, right? In one of these, you're implicated in a crime. In another one, you're just my defense in court, right?
That's okay. So I thought you were talking about a theoretical level, not at an attorney-client level.
Oh, sure.
as an
Yeah, well, I'm just saying
attorney-
that like, so Donald Trump and Eastman and all these other people, they were breaking the law. They knew that, right? They might think that it's not constitutional, fine, but they're breaking the law. And they said they were breaking the law. And so if you're breaking the law, there might be penalties there. Like you might go to jail, you might go to prison. Now, maybe ultimately you'd win a case and the Supreme Court would throw out a law or something. This didn't happen. But they were all breaking the law, and they knew they were breaking the law, and that was what they were doing the whole time, right?
Right. So it depends on your jurisprudential school of thought, but
there is
the
no
way that
jurisprudence where a lawyer can help a client or give a client advice on how to break a law, right?
I
In
don't,
the United States, right?
I don't disagree with you on that, and I'm
Okay.
not taking a position on Eastman's actions as an attorney.
Mhm.
But let's just zero it in on Rosa Parks. Let's assume that Rosa Parks read a bunch of laws and is not an attorney and came up with the idea to do what she did.
Sure.
Right. And so, yes, Rosa Parks broke a law, but and this might not be the best example.
Because it's
but
going to
let's
agree
just
with all
let-
my points entirely.
No,
because she
no,
probably
no,
got
no.
arrested,
No.
Okay.
No, but was she ultimately forced to serve a sentence? I mean, after after the law was struck down?
No.
The law was ultimately struck
All
down,
after
right?
the law was struck down, correct? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So while the law was still in effect, but ultimately that law was invalid.
But she went. But
pursuant to
notice
the
earlier you
Constitution.
asked me about the enforceability of an invalid law. It is enforced while it's invalid, right? If you break the law while it's the law, that's why it was confusing when you asked me the question.
No,
of, like-
and I agree
Yeah,
with you.
yeah.
That was enforceability is a separate question as to the theoretical validity of a law. So
well,
the
let's
law
say, yeah, but
certain,
to be clear, enforceability is not even a question. Enforceability should always happen for the law. And it's not up to the executive to decide if a law is enforceable or not. That's literally a constitutional crisis, right? Like if the
no, that's called no, it's not. That's called prosecutorial discretion. That happens every single day. An
No.
executive.
An executive deciding whether or not they want to prosecute an individual is not an executive deciding whether or not a law is enforceable. If they decide that they're not going to enforce a law as a blanket statement, you have a constitutional crisis. That's an issue, right?
You don't think that there are policy positions of prosecutors to not prosecute a certain set of crimes?
I mean, if they're making these decisions outside of what they've been statutorily authorized to do from the legislatures, I imagine they could either be impeached. I don't know if you could be charged for crimes there, or you'd be elected and thrown out of office. But no, I mean, I think none of us should want the executives to be able to make their own laws or decide which laws to enforce or not. The goal of the whole job of the executive is to execute, right, the laws from Congress, right?
Right, but the entire, if everybody was prosecuted for every single potential violation of the law, that would be completely anathema to our system. And so that's why we have elected officials and not robots and AI running the judicial system, is because you have that discretion built into it.
Well,
by
hold on.
nature of having
Discretion
a
is-
person hold.
Discretion
We're
is-
getting far afield, but I'm actually enjoying this.
Sure.
I've been- I've been
But discretion
indulged.
is fundamentally a different thing than whether or not you think a law should ever be enforced, right? Like there'd be a difference between a cop being like, fuck me, like I'm not gonna pull this guy over who's going 6 over on my radar, I'm gonna wait for somebody else, versus like a police chief and then a mayor and then a governor all saying, listen, we're not gonna pull over anybody who goes, who exceeds 7 miles per hour in the speed. We're not doing that anymore. That blanket statement, like the legislature would be like, excuse me, that's not your job to say that. You're not allowed to say that. That's insane. That's a lot different than a cop or somebody or like a DA being like, okay, we're going to cut this guy a plea deal or whatever. Like these are different types of things, right?
No, I disagree with you. Unless there's a law that says it's illegal for the prosecutor to not enforce a blanket set of laws, they have that discretion. Functionally, they have that discretion.
Okay, I agree that they have discretion, but I think discretion is a lot different than an individual agent acting versus like a rule set by an executive, right? So like it is the fact that right now speeding is illegal or misdemeanor or whatever, or no, misdemeanor are illegal.
It's a civil infraction.
Actually, it might be an
yeah.
infraction. Actually, it might not be illegal till 50 miles. We'll say 50 miles
Reckless
per hour.
driving.
Yeah, reckless driving is illegal. It's either a misdemeanor or a low-level felony, depending on how reckless you're being, I guess, is illegal in a state. Cops don't decide that it's not illegal. They might just execute some discretion on whether or not they enforce it. But like, there's a difference between individual actors versus like a DA or an attorney general saying we're actually not going to enforce this particular body of crimes anymore.
So if a prosecutor decides not to charge a specific person with a crime, Is that them choosing not to enforce that law?
It would depend on the rationale. But if they decided not to prosecute anybody based on that crime, I would argue that that would be improper. That's like a, it's a.
I would
process.
agree with you that's improper, but I
Mhm.
think unless there's a statute that punishes that or calls for their removal, that's within their discretion. That's part of the whole reason why you have the elected person serving in the office, is so they are capable of using that discretion.
I disagree. I think we elect executives to execute the law.
So you think that we don't elect the executives to use discretion?
I just don't think discretion is the same as rulemaking.
I don't disagree with you. Those are fundamentally different concepts. However, the whole point of having a person elected to the office, you're electing them for their policy positions writ large, et cetera, but you're also trusting their judgment and their discretion.
I guess I just don't think so. I don't think like discretion to like perform their job, but not discretion to like enforce the law. If that is happening in places, then that's bad. You should never be electing your executives for how you want to enforce the law. That's what the legislatures are for, is to write the law, right?
No, you the executive is to enforce the law, and so you elect executives who enforce the law in the manner that you see better than the alternative.
Okay, but the enforcement of the law shouldn't be choosing whether or not a law is enforced. It's choosing how to enforce it. That's what a rule is versus like a statute from Congress, right?
Right, and choosing to only enforce it if it's 20 million parts per million or 20 parts per million versus 400,000, that is built into the discretion there.
Not only is it not built into the discretion, that's going to be whatever the Congress authorizes explicitly. And if anything, the Supreme Court with the Chevron overturning has even taken away from that discretion now and saying that there's only one correct statutory interpretation of any given law from Congress, right? So they've even restricted the federal government's ability to have that discretion, right?
Not exactly. So
no, wait, not exactly how? Yeah.
With Chevron, what was going on was that the Congress was authorizing the executive to make substantive decisions, right? And so what that meant was, for example, Congress says you can regulate toxic chemicals, and the executive branch says that carbon dioxide, which is not toxic, qualifies as a toxic chemical because the experts said so, et cetera. And so that's a totally different discussion about delegation of lawmaking is what was going on, and that Supreme Court correctly overturned that.
I completely disagree that that's what Chevron was about. I think Chevron, or that it's a different discussion, I guess, just for my honest opinion.
Let's do it. If you want to go there,
sure. Chevron deference had to do with the idea of if Congress passes a statute, then the executive government, the executive body is allowed to engage in a little bit of statutory construction. Let's say Congress says, we want you to ban all melee weapons. Okay, well, the executive looks at this and like, okay, well, fuck, melee weapons, does that count as like a kitchen knife? Does that count as like a bat? Okay, we're gonna ban this whole blanket rule of things, okay? And then what Chevron said is, let's say somebody challenges that action in court. They're like, the police officer came to my home and he took all of my knives, all of my kitchen knives. I can't cut my fucking steaks up anymore, right? And you could challenge this all the way to the courts. And what the Supreme Court would say is, there was, I don't remember the two-step Chevron stuff. There's 2 steps or 3 steps, depending on how you look at it. But they would basically look at it and they go, okay, well, this law was passed from Congress. Is this a permissible, the key word, is this a permissible reading of the law? And as long as it could be reasonably construed that like, yeah, this is probably what Congress meant, then the Congress say, it's fine, it survives, Chevron doctrine. Now, after Chevron was overturned, what the Supreme Court says is actually, for any given law passed by Congress, there is only one permissible statutory construction. It doesn't matter if what the federal government assumed was reasonable. What matters is what we ultimately say how the statutory construction should go. So if we believe that kitchen knives are or are not melee weapons, our decision is the one that will dictate how the federal government ought to create rules around that congressional statute. I thought that's what the Chevron overturning had to be about.
And maybe this is my interpretation of being past with the milieu of legal education, but Chevron deference, what it meant was that so Marbury versus Madison stands for the idea that the judiciary has the final say on what the law is.
Oh, what the Constitution says, right?
No, what the law what the law is.
Yeah, but in
And so-
accordance, Marbury v. Madison was the idea behind judicial review. Wasn't it the idea that the Supreme Court gets the final say on what any law does in proportion with the Constitution of the United States? No.
No,
Oh, okay.
it's what the law said, what the law is. That is the fundamental takeaway of Marbury. And so what Chevron deference was it took the Supreme Court said the lower courts, you do not have, and even with the Supreme Court, very frankly, you do not have the ability to say what the law is. You give deference to the executive interpretation of it. And so that is
as long as it's permissible. So like if the federal government said that we're going to ban guns because we think you can hit people with guns, the federal court, the Supreme Court, could still look at that and go, excuse me, guns are not a melee weapon. This is an impermissible construction of the law. So even with Chevron deference, we're going to overturn this. You can still challenge it. It wasn't always in deference to the federal government.
I'm curious, and this is not a gotcha. I'm curious to watch this happen. So explain to me how the tailpipe regulations of carbon dioxide is permissible under a statute that regulates toxic chemicals. And keyword there is toxic.
I would have to know the particular EPA law. I would have to know the law that was passed by Congress, because my understanding is every single federal rule is supposed to cite to a law from Congress for where that rule gets its power from. So if you can give me the federal rule, I can look up the congressional statute. I think it's
called the tailpipe rule. It's been a while, but I think it's called the tailpipe rule.
Is this March 20th? Is this like a very recent thing?
No, this should be 90s, maybe 2000, maybe late 80s, early 90s.
Because I see a thing about like permission, hold on. This is emission standards. Hold on.
Right.
Environmental Protection Agency, 40 CFR parts, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Multi-pollutant emission standards for model years 2027 and later light duty and medium duty vehicles for the EPA. And this is the rule that was being made. And its summary is under the Clean Air Act, the Environmental Protection Agency is establishing a new, more protective. Okay. So if I look up like the Clean Air Act, I imagine within this act, I'm going to find some part that they're citing to, right? Do you want me to look through this and find out if I feel like this is?
I would love to work through this with you. I think it's going to be instructive. And I'm not doing this as a gotcha. I think it's like incredibly important that everybody understand how this works and the problem.
All right.
I mean, the Clean Air Act is going to be voluminous. I don't know that they're going to give you a specific citation within that act. I can tell you the thrust of it if you're willing to take it on faith, but
I mean, it's going to take me a second to look it up, but I mean, I imagine I should be able to find it eventually, yeah? I haven't dug through. Okay. So I'm looking up, they started to begin these things back in 2007, okay. And they're citing to, so on the federalregister.gov, it's saying, why is the EPA taking this action? And it's saying Clean Air Act, section 213, subsection A, subsection 1. So now we're going to the US Code, which is our laws from Congress. And we've got 42 USC, 7547. Hold on. I think this is what this is citing to. Okay, and this is saying that the emission standards, A1, emission standards 1, the administrator shall conduct a study of emissions from non-road engines and non-road vehicles other than locomotives or engines used in locomotives to determine if such emissions cause or significantly contribute to air pollution, which may reasonably be anticipated to endanger public health or welfare. Such study shall be completed within 12 months of November 15th, 1990. Okay, so it says that the Clean Air Section 20 directs us to study emissions from non-road engines and vehicles to determine, among other things, okay. Which may be, okay, and then section 213A2, after notice and opportunity for public hearing, the administrator shall determine within 12 months after completion of the study under paragraph 1, based upon the results of such study, whether emissions of carbon monoxide, oxides of nitrogen, and volatile organic compounds from new and existing non-road engines or non-road vehicles other than locomotives or engines used in locomotives are significant contributors to ozone or carbon monoxide concentrations in more than one area which has failed to attain, blah, blah, blah. Further requires to determine whether emissions. Okay, now I'm back to reading the rule. If we determine that emissions from all non-road engines do contribute significantly to these non-attainment areas, then Section 213A3. It's not, so it's going through here. So what part of this, I guess, so what part of that federal rule do you feel like doesn't map cleanly onto congressional statute, I guess?
So I apologize. I didn't want to interrupt you in the middle of that.
Yeah,
I'm trying to find. I wish I have the textbook over there, but I'm not going to bore you with that. I think it's the Clean Air Act. And did you just quote from the Clean Air Act, or was that from legislation from the original Clean Air Act, or was that a modification amendment to the Clean Air Act?
So I'm on 42 USC 7547. My guess is this part of the US code is probably part of the Clean Air Act, is my guess. 42 U.S. Code, Chapter 85, Air Pollution Prevention and Control. That's going to be my guess. I mean, I could be wrong, but
I'm going to explain the substance, and I'm going to briefly try to find it because I don't want you going down a rabbit hole of something that's off point and it doesn't do any good for anybody.
Sure.
So the resuscitation that I would give on the law school exam is essentially that I believe it's the Clean Air Act. Don't quote me. I'm going to double check for you. That Congress passed a law empowering the regulation of toxic chemicals. Okay. And there was a Supreme Court case, and I remember who wrote it. I see his face. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. They had a whole huge, voluminous Supreme Court decision about whether greenhouse gases qualify as a toxic substance, because they are not toxic. There's no toxicity to CO2. It just crowds out the oxygen, and you're starved for oxygen.
Okay.
And so the Supreme Court went through a big, long discussion. No, it's got to be Chevron. It has to be the Chevron decision, where the Supreme Court said that the federal regulators have interpreted the toxic chemical, the toxic language, to include greenhouse gases and climate change. And under that deference, we're going to permit that interpretation.
Okay.
Right. And so Congress said regulate toxic chemicals. There is no interpretation of the word toxic that would permit CO2 being qualified as toxic.
Well, that's not true, right?
No, I don't. I disagree with you. It's not toxic.
Or if I put you in a room full of CO2 and you breathe it in, you're going to die, right?
That's not from toxicity. That's from asphyxiation.
Yeah, but I mean, like, if you're...
Toxic means I eat it, kill, like, I don't know how toxic chemicals work specifically, but it's very different.
Well, what different by whose definition? I mean, like, what is toxic at that point? Like, there's a lot of things that we would consider toxic because they might bind to things in your body that inhibit your ability to absorb oxygen, or it might do things that then would lead to asphyxiation. Like CO2, like if you have, like for instance, when you hold your breath, the reason why you feel so much pain in your body is literally because of the buildup of CO2 in your blood. I think that might even be called CO2 toxicity. So like if you keep breathing it in, I don't know what definitions of toxic. I'm sure we could find different ones.
Okay, so toxicity is defined as poisonous. Poison is defined as a substance that is capable of causing illness or death in a living organism when introduced or absorbed. So carbon dioxide in and of itself is not toxic when it is displacing the oxygen to the point where your body can't bring it in. That's true, but that's asphyxiation. That's not toxicity.
So then would you agree then that like, I want to say monoxide. Oh, like carbon monoxide then. Is that toxic?
I don't know.
Or is anything toxic? Because
Sure.
we could argue that a lot of things like helium.
I think lead is toxic.
Sure.
I'm pretty sure.
But I feel like we could find a lot of things that everybody would say is toxic because it displaces oxygen. But like...
Yeah, but that's not toxicity. And so this is the fundamental question here.
Sure,
so
but my guess is going to be that in reading through that Supreme Court case, if this was Chevron, that when you read through the Supreme Court case, what the Supreme Court probably factored into their decision making is if the federal government is making these rules based off the congressional statute, that is leaving relatively wide authority or wide discretion in terms of interpretation. If the Congress is not fighting against the executive, or nobody's making statements about it, or nobody's trying to pass laws changing it, then the federal interpretation is probably okay. That'd be my guess. Was probably part of the ruling there for Chevron, right? Because the idea is that Congress is not going to be able to perfectly delineate the vocabulary on every single rule and every single thing that ever comes out. So the federal government has some leeway, and that can even be defined by the Congress, right? Like you have the ability to do studies to determine if a thing is a contributor to toxicity or whatever, right? Like it's probably okay that the federal government has some being able to determine something here, right?
Well, so the question, and this is back to the same essence of prosecutorial discretion, right? So it's like,
well, hold on, but we got to be so careful. When we say prosecutorial discretion, we're talking about somebody who's been charged with or convicted of a crime, and whether or not we are going to, how we're going to proceed with that criminal matter, right? That type of prosecutorial discretion is a lot different than the discretion that might be applied when what we're really talking about is statutory interpretation, right?
Granted. Granted. I'm sorry, and the question preceding that
basically
was,
just that like the federal government is going to have some deference to interpreting things because like every single thing, like what if it was the case that like there was a
But
car,
no,
or
okay.
sorry, yeah.
Yeah, so I agree that there has to be some room for the federal executive to be interpreting statutes, but the
Well,
question
careful,
is,
wait, because now there is no room. Now there's only one correct interpretation, and that's what the Supreme Court says. There used to be multiple.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
and that's what Marbury versus Madison said, right? That's been the bedrock of American constitutional law since 1801 or 2. It is emphatically the role of the judiciary to determine what the law is. And that is the key takeaway from Marbury. And so what the Supreme Court did was they undid Marbury to an extent. They dialed it back a little bit, and they gave the executive branch deference in the interpretation.
Hold on. I don't believe this is what Marbury v. Madison was about. I think Marbury v. Madison was about establishing the concept of the Supreme Court being able to say this law is violative of the Constitution, and we are the last say on that matter. Not them being able to enforce statutory construction on everybody else. No.
This is from Marbury versus Madison. It is emphatically the province and duty of the judicial department to say what the law is. What the
when they
law
say
is.
Wait. It is emphatically, because my question is when I look this up, it is emphatically the province and duty.
Province.
Are they referring to the law as in statutes from Congress, or the law as in the Constitution?
The law as an entire amorphous concept that is made up of the Constitution and made up of court decisions and made up of statutes and made up the whole thing. And so we're getting into the philosophy of law, which is jurisprudence, which I think is a topic you would find absolutely fascinating, by the way. We'd probably butt heads in class, but I think you'd find it fascinating nonetheless. And so what is the law? It is the judicial branch's ultimate authority to say what the law is.
Yeah, but when we're saying,
instance.
I understand, but when we say to say what the law is, you're implying that they were speaking about statutory construction. But what they're really saying when they say what the law is they mean determining ultimately if something is violative of the Constitution or not. So if I make a...
No. Whether something's constitutional or not is a subset of that, but it's not the entire thing. So a law, they might say this is not a law. The law is not this because it violates the Constitution, but that's not the same.
That is what they were saying for Marbury, though. That's what the...
There was a big question as to whether the court could issue the writ of mandamus. There were a bunch of other ancillary questions. So actually, the Supreme Court gave the Jefferson administration the win on paper, but what the big thing that Marbury versus Madison did was it created judicial supremacy and finality.
So in looking at this, it is emphatically, so the paragraph before is, if an act of the legislature repugnant to the Constitution is void, does it, notwithstanding its invalidity, bind the courts and oblige them to give it effect? Or, in other words, though it be not law, does it constitute a rule as operative as if it was a law? This would be to overthrow in fact what was established in theory, and would seem, at first view, an absurdity too gross to be insisted on. It shall, however, receive a more attentive consideration. So, what if they passed a law that was in violation of the Constitution? And then the next paragraph is it is emphatically the province and duty of the judicial department to say what the law is. Those who apply the rule to particular cases must of necessity expound and interpret that rule. If two laws conflict with each other, the courts must decide on the operation of each, these two laws being one passed by the Congress versus the Constitution. And then for the next paragraph, so if a law be in opposition to the Constitution, if both the law and the Constitution apply to a particular case, so that the court must either decide that case conformably to the law, disregarding the Constitution, or conformably to the Constitution, disregarding the law, the court must determine which of these conflicting rules governs the case. This is of the very essence of judicial duty. If, then, the courts are to regard the Constitution, and the Constitution is superior to any ordinary act of the legislature, the Constitution, and not such ordinary act, must govern the case to which they both apply. So I don't think this is about statutory construction. This is about the supremacy of the Constitution over any law from the Congress.
So that is the specific question that they're deciding, right? And is this law that stands in conflict with the Constitution, is it the law? Right? Mm-hmm. Yes, I agree that is the specific instantiation of the question. However, I really, unlike other things in this discussion, I do not think I'm out on a limb here on this one. If there are two laws that are conflicting, the judicial branch from Marbury has the same authority to determine the adjudication of the conflict between those two laws.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's Marbury is, at the end of the day, the judicial branch has the final say on what the law is in answering that specific question.
I agree. And but this is what the law is when, as you said, for conflicting laws, not statutory construction or interpretation, which is just...
Well, what happens if you have a rule that conflicts with a statute? It's the same question.
Well, if a rule conflicts with a statute, the rule is thrown out immediately.
Right. By whom?
By the, I guess it would be by the courts.
Judiciary. Bang.
But that's not conflicting law. The executive doesn't deal in law. No, it's absolutely not. The executive does not deal in laws. They deal in rules because they can't pass laws, right?
No, well, statute. Here's another big linguistic problem is we use law and we kind of mean statute.
Yeah,
but
law
that's
and
not
statute
all the
are the same thing, right?
No. So the law, what is the law? Is the law whatever the judge decides in that given courtroom at that given time, guilty, not guilty, whatever he decides, regardless of how he got there? Or is the law a series of interlocking statutes that extend across multiple fields of analysis all the way up to the Constitution, various jurisdictions?
Well, the law are definitionally are statutes, right? They're not rules. Yeah.
No, what?
When you're reading jury, what is common law?
What's the common law? Is it not law?
Isn't that just Louisiana? I don't think anybody else uses.
No. Louisiana is the only state that uses Napoleonic Code. Every other jurisdiction in the United States uses common law.
Hold on, wait. I don't know. When we say common law, I would have to. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. This.
No, it's okay. No, I'll tell you.
But when if I get charged with a crime and I go to court, nobody's like talking to me about common law. They're reading the statutes. That's what's being read to the jury in terms of like how to like convict somebody. That's what I'm being charged with. I'm being a crime that could be found in a state statute. I'm not being charged with a common law thing.
But if Virginia, for example, were to repeal all homicide statutes right now, I could still be hauled into court and tried for homicide under the common law. The common law exists only to the extent that the common law exists always unless it is expressly displaced by statute. And so right now we have a proliferation of statutes that have, various iterations of criminalizing homicide statutorily, but the statutes themselves are not the only source of law here.
That might be the case. I don't know what it looks like when there's not. I would be very surprised if I could be charged with a crime by common law if it's not actually in a statute. But
yes, that's how it all has worked for the majority of the history of the Anglo-Saxon jurisprudence.
I don't know about Anglo-Saxon jurisprudence. I'm only speaking to U.S. law because this is the United States of America, and these are the venues that we're talking about, right?
Right, but what body of law was inherited by the colonies? Did
Inherited and then codified into federal and state statutes or into the Constitution, right?
No, I'm not trying to be difficult here. You're not correct on this one.
What is the wait? Is there any criminal common law? Can you think of a single case where somebody was charged with a criminal common law thing?
Almost everybody if temporally, almost everybody ever charged with a crime, like burglary. Burglary is a common law crime. It was created by courts, not by a legislature.
But it's codified in state legislatures.
It is now.
Yeah.
Recently.
How recent is recent?
I would suppose in the last 50 to 100 years, maybe 150, maybe.
Okay. I would have to go and look up like how, because I thought that there was codified criminal statutes, like even prior to the formation of the Constitution, that like even like under the Articles of Confederation, there were states that had codified like.
There may have been, but for example, Texas's Constitution says that the common law of England that was in effect as of the date of the ratification of Texas's Constitution is the law.
I think, right? But that was only for gaps that weren't explicitly maintained or dealt with by. Like if you go to Texas and we charge somebody with a crime, they're being charged with a Texas statute. There's going to be a statute that's cited. They're not like a random common law thing.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Because the way that it works is if there's a statute that specifically displaces a common law rule, then that statute displaces the common law rule. But it has to explicitly displace the common law rule.
Sure. Okay, I don't know how we got onto common law, but
this is actually one of my past. I love Anglo-Saxon jurisprudence. It's amazing. It's
also
beautiful.
I didn't know that. As a real quick thing, I just want to say, because I didn't know the conversation would go on so long. I was supposed to leave at 5, so we got like 5 more minutes because I have a flight I've got to catch because I'm going up to New York because I'm doing some stuff tomorrow. So yeah, go ahead. I'll let you. Yeah, any final points? So we can also talk in the future if you ever want to as well. Yeah,
I would love to. I think this was brilliant. I think this was instructive. But here's my argument in favor of the common law as opposed to statutory law. And so the common law is a neural network of the greatest legal minds that have ever contemplated the same issues over time from 1215 to today. And so you have the same great legal minds working, refining, bit by bit, fixing this thing versus a statute, which is whatever 50% plus one members of a bunch of idiots who are elected to office managed to put down into writing. And so the advantage of the common law is the best people, the greatest minds that have ever thought about this for 1,000 years have been thinking about this and honing the legal rules. Whereas statutes, trust me, I'm going to Richmond next week to help in the legislature part-time. It is whatever 50% of both bodies plus the governor will agree to sign. And so it's like, if you read a lot of statute, like for example, the Rittenhouse case, which is something I know that you were interested in, there was the law, there were 2 statutes that were just clearly conflicting about his
it had to do with carrying yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Right. And so you have 2 legislatures at 2 different years in 2 different political environments passing whatever the legislative services wrote down. Whereas the common law is a neural network tracing all the way back to 1215, maybe even 966 or whatever.
Yeah, but statute is generally, we would prefer statutes versus common law. No?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I would want to have a clear and unambiguous understanding of what the law is if my rights are going to be deprived for breaking it. No? I think I would want to know.
But why is it called the common law?
Because there's a whole bunch of jurisprudence that's like basically in normal times is ruled on this thing over and over again. It's like a stare decisis thing, sure.
Yeah, exactly. And so perhaps in the modern era, and there are plenty of arguments about the common law being able to keep up with technological innovation, whatever, fine. That's the whole purpose. So in England, the legislature was nested within the courts. And so when the courts, the common law couldn't keep up with the changing legal realities, that was the purpose of the parliament, was to step in and make an instant change to the thing.
But when we're talking about criminal matters, like my rights can be taken from me. I want a very clear, I don't want to be at the whim of a judge to decide what the law is in some particular area. Like I want to have a clear and unambiguous reading of a statute that can dictate what the crime is and what the punishments are, no?
Well, no. So the common law does have, it has elements exactly the same. And so a lot of statutes are attempting to distill the wisdom of the common law and maybe say, okay, maybe we need to have reckless reckless homicide be a thing because it only requires intent to be homicide, right? But they come in and they try to instantiate an improvement of the common law.
Sure.
But the common law is the basis of when you study for the bar exam, burglary, robbery, arson, all these things were developed at common law. Now, some statutes have, legislatures have come in with the model penal code and maybe some other idiosyncratic efforts to reform it, but the common law still is the basis. And so if Virginia were to repeal every homicide statute right now, if I were to shoot somebody outside in front of my building right now, I would be hauled into court and tried under murder by common law. And that's the situation. And I assure you that's the case. And in fact,
I'm 100% positive that would not be the case.
You're 100% wrong.
I know I'm correct on this, because if it was that case, you don't have to make a law explicitly allowing something to be illegal. You would just have to repeal the statute that makes a given thing illegal. Like if somebody were to repeal a law on sodomy, they don't have to pass a law saying you're allowed to have anal sex, right? Or you're allowed to have oral sex. They would just have to repeal the law. Part of that common law factoring, I imagine, would probably be this was enforced via common law, then it was enforced by statute, and now that that statute has been repealed, the assumption wouldn't be that the common law would come back, because the statute was just the codification of whatever the common law was, ideally. Since the statute was repealed, then it seems that the people have decided that they want this particular act to prevail in society, would be my guess.
You're flatly incorrect on that. And I'm
so
not
you're telling me that if a state was to
disagreeable.
say, we're going to go ahead and legalize chopping down trees because we've decided that we want people to be able to chop down trees, the state legalizes it, somebody would go down to chop down a tree, and then a cop could arrest you and say, common law violation, we got you. And it's like, wait, but they just decriminalized this act. They're like, yeah, but 200 years ago it was illegal, and now we've got you on common law.
If a statute directly contradicts or displaces common law, then that rule governs.
Yeah, but I'm saying if they repeal the statute where common law once was.
Right. So if you repealed the homicide statutes, homicide is still illegal and criminally punishable without statute. I'm telling you, statutes and law are not a one-to-one thing, and this is a huge misconception, popularly and otherwise. And this is not, I'm not out on a limb on this one. I guarantee you that. I promise you that.
I don't know. I don't know if anybody, nobody in the United States gets prosecuted criminally on common law. I don't believe this happens. Does it? It's always a statute that's being cited. It's always a statute that's being argued over. It's
in the modern age. I've got the book right here. Give me. It is called Common Law in the Age of Statutes. I don't see it. Oh, there it is, right here. Oh, I'm wrong. Aha. Common Law in the Age of Statutes. So this is a book arguing, not arguing, but kind of just flatly describing the situation where we have this body of law, the common law, that is being routinely displaced by statutory law. But what is the role of common law in an age of a proliferation of statutes? And this is an interesting artifact of the constitutional separation in America between the legislature and the judicial. And I would argue that that's a problem that the founders didn't foresee when they created that separation between legislative and judicial.
Sure. And obviously I don't have this book, but in reading this, it's saying, just the intro is, the dominance of legislatures and statutory law has put an impossible burden on the courts. Guido Calabresi thinks it's time for the country seriously to consider returning to a traditional American judicial legislative balance in which courts would enlarge the common law and would also decide when a rule of law has seen its day and should be revised. So it sounds like this guy's making the argument, there's an argumentative essay to go back to common law, not an argument that common law is currently what is relied upon to make any of these statutes or to be enforced in the United States.
To make it acute, he's talking about a situation like Rittenhouse, where you've got these two statutes that are mutually incompatible, right? And so he's saying that the proliferation of laws, of these random one-off instantiations of statutes, is creating a whole big mess. And what is the proper role of the common law, or what is the best way forward to achieve maximal ends in that situation where you've got all these statutes that, you know, could be completely mutually incomprehensible.
So could common law as well, right? It could also be a mess.
No, I don't think so. I don't think common law.
You don't think two judges might have a different decision on how to punish somebody or whether a thing is illegal?
Well,
or not?
that's not the common law. The common law is a set of rules. So, like burglary is the breaking and entering of the dwelling house of another.
Common law is not but it's not a set of hard rules. It's just a set of prior court decisions, right? It's jurisprudence, right?
Right. So if you have one bad decision where somebody goes completely anathema, they get struck down by the higher court, but that narrows the interpretation back down. And so, like, when you study for the bar exam, you study the common law rules.
For what thing?
The criminal law is not statutory. I mean, they do talk about statutory, like homicide.
Wait, so
changes.
if I were to take a criminal law class, I'm going to learn. Am I going to learn that common law was the foundation for what would eventually become a lot of criminal law? Or am I just going to go and have to memorize all the common law? I feel like it's probably more on criminal procedure and current, like...
It's both. It's both. So you'll learn the common law rule, and then you'll learn the model penal code and maybe a few idiosyncratic state variations.
Okay. All right, listen, I'll take it. Take what you're saying at face value. Listen, if you want to chat in the future, we can. I got to run so I don't miss my flight. But I appreciate the conversation. Thanks a lot.
Be safe. It was great talking with you. Longtime fan, first time listener, whatever. That's a Rush Limbaugh reference. Laugh, please.
I'm familiar. The EIB network, the golden microphone, my cigar stained fingertips. I listened to a lot of Rush Limbaugh back in the day. Yeah. All right. Well, hey, have a good one, man. I'll see you later. Thanks a lot.
Hey, be safe.
Bye. Pretty sure my interpretation of Marbury v. Madison is correct here, but I don't know. All right. I love you guys. It's been fun. I think I've got things tomorrow and the day after that I should be live for on my wonderful stream. Is there anything else I had on stream that I wanted to do today? Not this, not that. Not that, I guess not. Fuck. Okay. All right. Well, I love you guys. It's been fun. I will see you next, or in like 3 days. Or I mean, I'll be live tomorrow. Eat shit and die. Just kidding. Love you. Bye.